How's my audio? Can you guys hear me? I'm not muted or nothing. I don't think I am, but you never know. Who has called me from the shadows? Nice to see all of you, concluding Proscript. Begun the Snark Wars has. We'll talk about that. I hope this is something I can, for now, put a bow on and move on from, at least for a little bit. There will be flare-ups, right? But I'm hoping we can kind of tie this together. Once everyone gets in here, I'll kind of give you guys a brief outline of my plan for this evening and what I plan to talk about, what I plan to do, all that thing. And then we can get into it, right? But I want to say hi to you guys first. Brandon, S101, nice to see you. Lucy, hi. Caleb Williams. Okale, nice to see you, nice to see you. Red Rhino, Airborne Kite, Coffee Margin, Opa Obscura, Robert Paulson, Sweet KPP, Manny to the Max. Yes, sir. Riz, what the fuck? Sarah Buckley, Do Not Blink. I'm sure. Zero Fox, nice to see you. Zero Fox, you might be wanna. I don't know if how today's gonna go moderation wise, right? But I guess we'll find out, won't we? We're gonna find out together. I don't know. I have no idea how this is gonna go. I don't usually do kind of scripted content like this. I've made an outline, right? And some of the blurbs I've pre-typed out, some I haven't. But yeah, it's been a lot. So I guess first of all, I'm doing okay. Mostly. It's a lot. There's a lot of it you guys know about, some of it you don't. And we're gonna maybe address some of that tonight. And we're gonna talk about it. There's been a little bit of an escalation, but again, we'll talk about it. We'll get into it. Thank you, 10 Riz, what the fuck, for the 10 pounds. Regardless of how everything goes, you've been a champ these last couple of weeks, and it sucks you got caught up in a doxing. DGGL, well, thank you. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. And to those of you who have reached out privately, and I won't share who, I do appreciate the words. I do. It does mean something to me. Like, one of the biggest issues I've had is the realization that a lot of people just view whatever happens to me as content, right? Like, that's all it is. That's all it ever was. And they view my space as kind of their own, and they don't care what happens to me as long as they get access to my space, and that's odd. And it was unexpected. I didn't like that. But then again, on the other hand, there's been a few homies who've stepped up and really kind of, had my back, and I appreciate you, right? But yeah, it's been a lot. Terrible Burden says, "Are we sweeping for Destiny again today?" We're gonna talk about that, right? Sweeping for Destiny. I guess maybe we'll address that first. Just briefly. We'll get into it more later, but I just wanted to kind of really hone in on why I'm doing this, because I think there's some false narratives that have been painted that are going around that I want to address. There's this idea that, and it's kind of like a supposition, right? Like I won't use the word supposition, never mind. There's this idea that the incentives are to have Destiny on. I'm going to make the most money from having Destiny on. Destiny is a cash cow. I don't want to lose my cash cow. The only reason I'm still with Destiny is because he pays me, or because I get a lot of money from having him on, and all these things. There's some truth. Like, I do get benefits from the connection. That's just true. But the problem is with this narrative is that every incentive actually in this space is to ditch Destiny. And what's happened to me and what's happened to the people around me, I think, is further evidence of that, right? Like, the fact that I wasn't willing to stop working with Destiny or disown Destiny or disavow Destiny or anything like that led to me getting doxxed, bros. Right? This is their strategy. I almost quit over all of this. I almost quit over all this because I don't need this in my life. I don't need this kind of fucking escalation. And since Wednesday, I believe it was, it's escalated, gang, right? In every way you can think of. The harassment against me and the people around me has increased tenfold, and it continues to increase, and it will continue to increase because that's the incentive in the space. If you do not disavow Destiny, if you do not go against Destiny, if you continue to work with Destiny in any way, shape, or form, they will hunt you down. They will harass you. The doxing's only one part of it, right? I'm talking endless replies, endless comments in chat, endless paintings of whatever you do as evil and wrong. And again, it took me a bit to realize this, but I've since realized it since the incident, right? That they don't actually believe what they mean. Like none of their criticisms, none of their comments, it's all a strategy. None of it is honest. And we're going to talk about it. We're going to go through it. We're going to showcase what that looks like and talk about the tactics involved. That's absolutely going to happen. But again, I just want to address this first. Like every social incentive, every financial incentive, right? I do make money from Destiny, but I would make more from disavowing him. I would have more connections. I would have more opportunity. All these things would increase. Yes, I get a little from Destiny, right? He doesn't pay me directly, obviously, but I benefit from the connection. But the benefits I would have from disavowing him, it's just so much more. Even just in the social circles, right? And this is by design. This is the way that these groups, right, for lack of a better term, have set it up. It's a tactic. It's an op. It's on purpose, right? And they'll paint you out, and it's funny. I guess a good analogy would be swift boating. I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember, but during the 2004 presidential election, John Kerry was one of the candidates, and the Republicans developed a very devious strategy to kind of turn his strengths against him. So John Kerry was a veteran, right? He had a Purple Heart, served in Vietnam. He was a commander of a group, right? He had a lot going for it. That's a great boon to have when you're running for election. But they figured out a way to turn that against him and take a strength that he had and turn it into weakness, right? Through lies, deception, mischaracterization, moving things around. This is what the snarkers do, right? They will paint a principled stance and saying, hey, I'm getting attacked, I'm being harassed, I'm getting doxxed, and all these people are trying to push me to do something that I do not believe, right? To do something I don't want to do something that, like, I just don't believe that Destiny is as bad as everyone says. I just don't believe that. If I did, then I would act differently. But I just don't. The evidence I find very uncompelling. And there's contrary evidence that says, well, Destiny's kind of in some ways, a stand-up guy. Look, I don't like everything he does, and me and Destiny have gotten in some shouting matches before. But at the end of the day, he's one of the only guys who's actually helped me out. Who's actually been there for me when I've needed something, right? And he has no reason to do this. We don't know each other. We're not fucking friends. We've always kept a professional distance, but he's been willing to be like, yeah, man, I'll help you out. He doesn't get anything from me, not meaningfully. What are you talking about? I get 50 to 100 viewers. If you think that Destiny gets something from me, you're fucking crazy, okay? I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, they take this principled stance I have where I was able to stand up against the harassment, stand up against all these people who've been, not just for the last week, but for the last year or more, who've been constantly pushing me to separate from this guy, okay? Professionally, right? That's their goal. That's their target, right? That's what they've wanted to do. They've turned that into kind of like this weakness, right? Like this like unprincipled thing that I'm only doing it for money. Fuck that. That's just not true. A lot of these chatters just don't know what they're talking about when it comes to how to run a stream, how to make money from a stream, how to leverage connections, how to build a network. None of them. They don't know. They haven't done it. And when they've tried, they fucking failed. You got people who have streams and the most they've ever gotten is like 5 to 10 viewers, okay? And they've since quit streaming because they can't do it. They can't make money at it, right? And they're trying to be like, well, this is what the incentives in the space look like. They don't know. They have no fucking clue, right? But they make these lies up because, again, and we're going to talk about this more in more detail, they don't actually have to have evidence. Evidence is something you have to have. Evidence is something they demand of you, right? This is not something that they hold. This is not a standard that they hold themselves to, ever, right? This is not a standard that they themselves apply. It's a weapon. It's a weapon that they use to attack and to push their narrative. But we're going to go through it. We're going to get there. I'm already ranting. It's going to be one of those shows, gang, okay? I got an outline, and I'm trying to follow it, but I'm already on my... I'm already wicking out, gang. I'm already wicking out, okay? And look, I am on edge. I have had a rough go of it. Forgive me if I make mistakes during this. Please. Forgive me if during this whole thing I make mistakes. I'm going to make mistakes. This is hard for me to navigate. It's personal for me. But we're going to get there. Let's get some super chats, and we're going to continue to talk about what we're going to do. Because I think it's important. $5 from Axel Menis to say, sucks what you're going through, but I am glad I didn't misjudge your character through all this. The pressure must be crazy. You have no idea. But thank you for the $5. $5 from Alishna says, if you're going down, I'm going down with you, Wick, my king. Little parasocial, but you know what? I could use the support, so thank you. I appreciate that. Awesome Coyote says, Wick needs drugs to calm down. I got caffeine. I don't know if that's going to help. But we're doing it, right? Oy vey. Okay. Let's get to it. So why am I doing this stream? What am I doing today? Okay, what are my goals with talking to you guys? What do I plan to do? So I plan to kind of showcase what the Snarkers do, how they do it, and the tactics they use. Because at the end of the day, I don't have a complete set of information. I don't have access to the logs or the discords or anything like that, right? I have seen some information. I have some pieces of the puzzle, but I don't have a complete picture. So I can't make any specific, like, J-Stalk did this on this day at this time at this place, and he sent this DM to that. I just don't have that. I cannot make that claim, right? But what I can do, and what I think will help, and what I think will hurt them, and it really will, is point out how they operate. And once it's made known to you, you're going to see it everywhere, man. You're going to see it all over, right? Because they do it, most of it, in the open, right? They don't make a secret of it, right? And you'll see the op. And when you see it, you'll be like, oh, a lot of things will make sense, right? A lot of things will make sense. Because they prey on ignorance. They're like little roaches. They hide in the dark, okay? Shining a light on what they do makes it harder for them to do what they do. And we're going to talk about it, and we're going to go through it, okay? Thank you for the memberships, Ekemi, and Deuce Halcyon, or however you say your name. I do appreciate it. So at the end of the day, why am I doing this? Or what was the catalyst for this is, well, if you haven't heard, I got doxxed, gang. Again, this isn't the first time I've been doxxed, right? But the last time it happened like as a group, right? A bunch of us got all doxxed at the same time. So it felt different, right? It felt different. And I knew it happened when it happened, right? I knew that, okay, this happened, but I could kind of hide behind the larger creators a little bit, right? And kind of keep it on the down low and not really talk about it a little bit and kind of slide through. This time feels different. And one of the reasons is it's not just me that got targeted, but it was Tali. I talked to these people, the people whose names I'm going to name. I talked to them and got permission to say what I'm going to say. Okay, we had a little powwow. Okay, and we decided it is better that people know and understand just how this has gone. So Tolly got doxxed, Stardust got doxxed, and for Tolly specifically, they found her full name. They found the place where she works. They found information on her wife. They released her address of her workplace, right? And they made it explicitly known that they were looking for her home address on Zillow for a quote-unquote complete docs, right? And they'd done this months ago, right? I didn't know about it, but it happened. They want to keep us from talking, and one of the biggest, I guess, weapons that the snarkers and snarker adjacent communities have, besides anonymity, right? We're going to talk about one of the core concepts we're going to talk about is plausible deniability and how they operate in kind of like a cellular structure and how they operate like they have cross-pollinated communities where they can easily disavow parts of it. They don't have to give direct orders, but they can still get what they want done. And we're going to talk about how that works. But one of the weapons that they have besides that is fear. They don't want you to talk about this. They don't want you to discuss this. They don't want this to be the topic of conversation, right? Because they want to make you afraid. So when you do speak out about it, when you do start talking about it, when you do learn about it and you do like start speaking out against them, the harassment levels against you, especially if you're a creator, are going to increase. And I've seen that with me specifically. It's just going to happen. It's going to increase, right? And I had to have a long think, right? Is this something I want to deal with? Is this something I want to deal with? And to be clear, I don't want to deal with this. If I had my way, I wouldn't be talking about this at all. We'd be doing political panels and all these things. But it was happening to me, and I didn't even know it. I didn't even realize it. It was happening to me. And I don't want to let the terrorists win. I'm going to be real with you. If they thought that they could bully me into silence or make me afraid to speak out, you don't fucking know me, bro. You don't fucking know me. I ain't scared of you, motherfuckers. Like, I'm going to fight you. We're going to have a fight. Have you not watched my shows? Does Wick back down? Really? Is Wick known for shutting up? Is that what Wick is known for? Not really. One of the biggest criticisms of my panels is I get too involved. I speak out. I speak up. I get into fights with the panelists. So if you thought I was going to be like, oh, I'm scared now, I'm going to go dark, nah, you miscalculated, motherfucker. We're going to get into it. $20, no fucking way. Fuck the haters indeed. Kim Jong, the illest on Twitch. Thank you for the Prime sub. Really appreciate it. Yeah. The environment around streaming right now, especially in the spaces I have it, is the worst it's ever been, gang. The worst I've ever seen it. And we've gone through some drama arcs. We've gone through some beef with different creators. It's never been this bad. It's never been this bad. A lot of people are fucking on edge. They're scared. They're scared because it's all escalating. Like, escalation is just the name of the game now. It's all kind of, it feels like it's coming to a head, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And I don't know how to fix it other than to point it out, right? And to point out how it's happening, why it's happening, who's responsible, all these things, right? And it may be that this is the wrong move, but it's the move I'm making. So, here we go. I do want to, before we get into the meat, because this happened after I made my outline, but I wanted to insert it because it's worth talking about. Let's talk about counterpoints. You guys remember counterpoints? Connor, I don't got any beef with counterpoints. I want to make that clear. I don't have ill will towards him or anything. I don't know what he's going through, man. Like, I have a lot of sympathy for the guy. Okay? He's had a rough go of it. He's feeling the same pressures I am. And I understand that not everyone's going to respond to these pressures different, like the same. They're all going to respond a little differently. And on top of that, he's got some real life shit going on, right? He's divorced, going through a divorce, right? He's going through some life-changing shit. So, and one of the things I want to stress is you got to give some of these creators grace, man. Counterpoint should not have done what he did. Going out in public and basically putting other people's business on blast like that was very inappropriate. And that's even that's even disassociating it from like the streamer drama, the friendship dynamics there, right? Putting out like other people's sexual escapades and dating statuses on blast just because you're mad at a friend and you want to hurt him with it, all the while saying that you're doing it as a tough love tactic. You're turning other people's business into like a fucking weapon, man, into a bullet. This is highly inappropriate. That's just not something you do. Into fucking you don't talk to friends like that in public. Okay? Like this isn't like something you do with a friend in public. If that had been a private conversation that they had where he wanted to be like, man, you're fucking up your life because you're doing XYZ. What are you doing, man? Like, fair. I can see instances where that would be entirely appropriate, that where it might even be the right thing to do, right? And again, I don't know in their entire dynamic, so please keep that, take it with a grain of salt, right? I don't know I don't know the truth claims of what he was claiming, what he wasn't, right? I don't know. But yeah, you don't do that shit in public. That's just not okay. That's just not okay, man. What's going on? But I get it. Like, a lot of pressure. There's a lot of different incentives. There's a lot of different people pushing you one direction or another. And that on top of the personal shit you're going through, again, give some grace. But I was still kind of like, this is kind of gross. It felt gross. I tried to stop it. I tried to calm down. I tried to kind of get everyone to de-escalate, but it did not work. It did not work, and I failed. So that sucks. But I do hope that he can find some peace and maybe fix this, right? Like, nothing's ever broke forever, I don't think. Maybe he can fix it. We'll see. I don't even know if he wants to at this point. Whatever. That's their business. But yeah. So counterpoints, if you react to this or one of those goblins sends you a clip or something, I'm rooting for you, actually. I want you to succeed, and I want you to be happy, and I hope things get better. I do. Okay. That's out of the way. And again, is just I had to talk about it because I think it was a good example of the kinds of pressures that people are going through. Okay. And the kinds of incentives that are being dangled in front of people's faces, and the kind of whispers that are going on in people's ears, right? The kind of narratives that are getting generated and things like that, and how that can affect people and how people respond to it. $5 from the Airborne Kite. Notice how the moment he showed a crack, Team Snark would not let him out of the spotlight for a moment. Kept picking at sore spots. I noticed. Yes. But that's one of the goals of Team Snark. They want to drive a wedge between everyone and isolate their targets. We're going to get to that. So yeah, Just to summarize, kind of like the intro portion here, because I'm getting a little long-winded. People need to understand what tactics are being used, so you can see and understand how none of this is real in a real sense. None of it's real. It's all fake and gay, to borrow a phrase. These are all astroturfed narratives that are going around. These are all like, they make it look like it's organic and people are just naturally feeling this way, but no, they're not. These are talking points that are manufactured, that are boosted, that an organization, like with organizations, are clipping and shipping, and all of this is astroturfed in a very real way, and we're going to get to that. I want to talk about who's at fault. This is one of those things where I can't give you solid answers because I don't know. And I want to make that clear, what I'm saying and what I'm not saying. I have suspicions based on the evidence that I have seen. There's a couple people who I fucking know, but you don't get to know that information yet. But for like other people, it's just suspicion at this point. But I am fairly confident that as more information comes out, some of my suspicions will be confirmed. But I just want to make sure that everyone knows that I am not making any specific accusations against specific people unless I say their specific name, okay? So if you're sitting there thinking, why is he attacking me? Did I say your name? Then, I mean, maybe if you're part of these groups, but I don't know if you're part of these groups or not. Does that make sense? We got it? We're on the same page here? Cool. Okay. One of the analogies that I think is important to kind of understand why I have the suspicions I do, and I said this to Hutch yesterday, like a puzzle gang. There are some pieces that are of the puzzle that are public, that we all know, that we all can see. There are some puzzle pieces that I've seen, but you haven't, okay? And as you get more puzzle pieces, the picture becomes more clear. And there comes a point when you're building a puzzle, gang, when you're putting together one of those 500 pieces puzzles, that you may not have all the pieces in place. In fact, you may not have a lot of these pieces in place. But what the puzzle is representing, what the picture on the puzzle, whether it be like a circus or a clown or a city, it becomes clear. And you know what the puzzle is building to. And this is how intelligence gathering works in the military when I was in there, right? It's why it was very important not to give even little bits to the enemy, right? Not even to let them know a small piece of insignificant information or what you thought was insignificant information. It's because you don't know what they know, okay? You don't know what pieces of the puzzle they've already put into place. And it's very possible that your otherwise inconsequential piece of information that you think, well, how's this going to help them? It's very possible that that will be the piece that they need in order to see the broad picture, right? And to get a better understanding of what's going on. So I don't need all the information. I don't. I need enough to see the broader picture. And I think at this point, I have enough. And one of the biggest things that's changed me from kind of, I'm skeptical of all these claims, I don't know, this seems a lot, what are you, like, it felt like this feels a little conspiratorial, right? What are we doing here? One of the biggest pieces of the puzzle that I've received is when Destiny and Dan and Mooten and all those people were saying, hey, this server has a docs in it, has doxes in it. And the people who were on the Snark team and the Snark side kept saying, no, they don't. No, you're lying. That's not true. We don't dox people. We have no doxes in our server. None of that's true. I was shown evidence. Destiny was telling the truth. And the people who were telling me that the Snark server had none of this and that were lying. And it caused me to reevaluate my priors, right? And the credibility of Destiny has shot up in my estimation. It's just shot up. He was just correct. This is just true. What he said was just true, and I know it. The people who told me that there was nothing in the Snark server, their credibility is shot with me. I'm like, I don't trust you anymore. And some of these people I trusted, right? I really did. I was like, man, okay, your word, I'll take your word. I'll take your word. And that's why, like, I was skeptical. I was keeping neutral because I had competing people who both I had some level of trust for were telling me different things. And I was like, okay, I don't know. I haven't seen. But no, it's like after seeing that, yeah, okay, this person was honest with me, was upfront with me, and this person was a fucking liar. Crazy work. Crazy work. Okay. Puzzle pieces come into place. Click, click, click. And I can see a little bit more. And then I got more puzzle pieces, right? Because people reached out to me and says, hey, I got docs too. And they showed me evidence of that. I was like, oh shit. And click, 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 more puzzle pieces in place. And then it, like Tolly was my co-host. Why the fuck would they target Tolly? Right? It was her associate partly. There's a couple reasons. But one of the reasons is she was associated with me. And finding out that they were targeting not just me. And to be clear, most of the reasons they're attacking me, not all of it, but most of the reasons they're attacking me is merely my association with Destiny. They want to use me as a weapon to hurt Destiny, right? That's what they want. Like, it's not, and that's so weird to think about. That is not entirely personal. That I'm just here to hurt another guy, right? They're just wanting to hurt me so that this other guy gets hurt. It's a weird feeling, okay? It's very weird. I don't know how to feel about it. I've been struggling, okay? But then they do, like, not only secondary people, right? But tertiary people. Like targeting Tali because she's next to me? What are you doing? What's going on? What's happening? This is insane. This is levels of crazy that boggle my mind. And I want to be clear, and I know I'm leading with the doxing stuff, and that's obviously the catalyst of all this. But I also want to make it clear that that's not even the worst part in a real way. It is and it isn't. Because you can only get doxed once, right? And like once it's out there, it's out there. Kind of TLDR of that, it's just there. And what are they gonna do? Dox you again? Dox you more? Okay, whatever. The harassment, just the constant, unending, unceasing lies told about you. Just lies, just easily disprovable lies. That's worse, in my opinion, in a very real way, because it's unending, it's unrelenting, and it doesn't stop, and it really sucks. And the people around me also get harassed as a tertiary target, right? I had to tell my mod team, like, bros, if you need to distance yourself from me, I understand. It's okay. If you guys need to step away, I get it. Because I can't promise them that they're not going to be a target too. I can't. And that sucks. That sucks. That I have to tell my guests or shows I'm about to be on that, hey, by the way, if you're associated with me, because I'm associated with Destiny, you might be targeted by these mentally ill, crazy people. It's an awkward conversation, and it hurts because it hurts my ability to book guests. I do a panel show, gang. I don't usually do solo streams, right? I do a panel show. That means one of the strengths of my show is my ability to get people to come on or to go on their shows, to network. And that is kind of a kill shot in a real way to my ability to do that. It makes it much harder for me to book guests. Because I can't hide it, right? I can't, now that I know, I can't just not mention it. That'd be immoral. That'd be wrong. I have to, and even though the chance may be not as high as being my co-host, right? Like Holly was, it's not zero. I don't know. Like, I don't have the full puzzle pieces. I don't have all the information. So I don't know. But I have to tell them. I have to warn them. I have to be like, and Lilith Lovett on Friday, we had booked beforehand, but I had to have a conversation with her earlier that day and be like, yo, I got to talk to you, and I just got to, like, let you know that this might happen. And it was awkward, and good on her for following through, but I could tell that she was like, it made her hesitant. It absolutely did. I could tell. And that's just going to keep happening. And, yeah, it's a problem. And I'm going to have to remember, too. It's going to be weird because I'm probably going to forget at one point, but then remember right before the show, and then I'm going to have to be like, oh, shit, I got to tell this guy. I just know that's going to happen. Let's see, $20 from No Fucking Way to say, is this basically gang stalking? I don't actually know what gang stalking is. So I have no fucking clue. So, maybe. So yeah, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to do my show effectively anymore. I don't know if I'm going to be able to, like, get connections and make some money, right? I don't know. This might be it. I might not be able to carry on like I did. I got to think about that. Like, one of the things is I have to consider what I'm going to do about this. My instinct is to say, fuck you guys, and fight. But if it comes to the, if it means that I can't get guests, I don't know. We're going to have to think about it. Thank you for the, WhickTV gift membership. I do appreciate that. And Van Setsu, you say, that's a little dramatic. Maybe. But it's a really happening. This is not something I'm making up, and I might be being dramatic about it, but these are the thoughts I'm having, and these are the things that I'm worrying about. And I don't think my worries are unfounded based on what I've seen, based on what I know. It might work out. It might be fine. People may be like, it's the internet. That's always a risk. And they may not care. Very possible. Hopeful. I'm hopeful that's the case, right? But this is a real worry. This is a real stress on me. And, like, one of the things that snarkers do, I'm not saying you're a snarker, just to be clear, right? I just want to make that clear. But that's one of the tactics, right, that they're doing, is they want to stress you out, right? They want you to worry. They want to minimize the things that you're going through, right? They minimize anything that they do to you, and anything you respond with will be taking at maximum, okay? That's just a tactic they use. But yeah. $10 from, 10 Canadian dollars. Okay, so it's different. From Fancy T says, snarkers have evolved the tactics of Mr. Girl. Instead of co-opting DGG subreddit, it's easier for them to go satellite communities, dig themselves in there, and then anywhere Destiny goes, they are. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. We're going to outline the tactics that I've seen them use, and that I see them just working with in the open, right? Yeah, so. Oh. It's a lot. Okay. There are three main concepts that I think that we have to four main concepts, I should say, that we have to understand. Okay. One of them, the first, I want you to understand so that you can understand the tactics and understand the space and understand how these works, is how legitimate actions can become illegitimate in certain contexts. Okay? How an action that would normally be just fine, nothing wrong with it. It's just how it is. When paired with other legitimate actions, can turn into something sinister. An example, driving in your car, just fine. We drive to get every places as long as you obey the speed limit. Who cares, right? Obey the rules of the road, you're fine. But when you have 10 cars all driving and coordinating together to block a road and slow down traffic, that's different. Each of the individual actions that these people are doing, perfectly legitimate. But the coordination and their goals and how they use the actions becomes illegitimate. Does that make sense? Another analogy. I got a few. I wrote a couple down. Lighting a match, okay? You light a match to light your cigarette, light a candle. If it's dark out and you want to get some light, nothing wrong with that, right? It's perfectly legitimate. Perfectly fine. Nothing will happen. But if you light a match next to a gas leak, even though it's the same action, because it's done in a different environment, in a different context, you have a different result. And the snarkers have been pumping gas into every chat room, every voice call, every comment section, where normal actions, normal things suddenly have explosive results. And they'll hide behind the legitimate portion, right? Or the legitimate thing. They want you to focus on the bricks so you can't see the wall, okay? And they'll hide behind that. And that's a tactic that they'll do, right? That they'll say, well, anyone can drive. I'm just driving, man. There's nothing wrong with driving. Are you trying to stop my right to drive? Of course I could just drive. I'm just I'm a citizen, right? I'm a citizen of the internet. We could all just drive, right? But they're all doing it together to block you, right? They're all driving to block you in. None other says, I think a better analogy would be someone carrying a weapon and shooting a mugger compared to carrying a weapon to shoot a specific person before you knew they were going to mug someone. Well, there's a lot of analogies we can use. Those are the ones I chose. Maybe there's better ones, but those are the ones that I went with, okay? We're not going to be perfect here today. But yes, they'll mock it too. Like, oh, this guy's just talking about all we're doing is it's a clip channel, bro. It's a clip channel. That's all it is. That's all. It's just a clip channel, which is fine in normal contexts. But when it's coordinated, targeted, edited, out of context, meant to target specific people for a specific purpose, meant driven and boosted and all these things, it can become harassment. Even though clipping is fine. There's nothing wrong with clipping. But the coordination, the context around it, why you're doing it, to what purpose, to what end, can become harassment. And it does have an effect on people. And that effect is weaponized against you, right? Because they'll make you seem crazy. They'll make you seem crazy. Like, look at Wick. Look at Wick ranting, giving his psycho conspiratorial opinion, right? I saw these clips already put out with my talk with Hutch, right? Where I kind of outlined a little bit of this. It's an op, gang. These people are coordinating, and that changes it. That changes the nature of what is being done. I want you guys to understand that. It absolutely does. So yeah, that's the concept that I think you need to understand. The first two, how legitimate actions can become illegitimate in different contexts, and how coordination matters. They want every step judged in isolation because each step sounds defensible in isolation. But harassment campaigns are not built out of one giant indefensible act. They are built out of many small defensible acts arranged towards an indefensible purpose. Example, a streamer makes a messy comment during a 3-hour broadcast. A hostile viewer clips 15 seconds of it. That viewer posts it in a server dedicated to attacking that streamer. The server agrees. The server, they manufacture talking points, agrees on the harshest possible interpretation. The members of that server begin posting the clip with similar captions, similar hashtags, all these things. Members begin sending it out to other streamers that may or not be connected to this, right? I do want to get into another core concept later, and another tactic they use, the plausible deniability. They use unrelated actors to further their goals as part of the machine, even though these other unrelated actors do not realize that they're part of the machine, right? They go in and they react to it into the context of it as if it's already settled, right? Like, this is obviously what it means. There is no other interpretation. If you have another interpretation, you're stupid, etc. And then people will go in and send people into these chats of streamers reacting to it that maybe not be part of the machine, or the streamers themselves that they're clipping, to stir shit, right? To get reactions for more clips, to spread it even around anymore, to kind of create this narrative that they can use to serve their purpose, right? And all of these acts by themselves might be defensible in different contexts, right? Well, there's nothing wrong with clipping people. There's nothing wrong with giving your opinion. There's nothing wrong with reacting to and giving a take, like Wick sucks. The Wick handled that bad, right? There's nothing even bad about boosting your friends. Like, if your friend wants you to boost their clip, nothing wrong with that in isolation, right? But it's the coordination. And they'll start tagging the streamer's guests. They'll start sending it to the streamer's sponsors and say, "Is this your boy? Look at what your boy said about Israel-Palestine. You gonna let him say that, right?" And when the streamer gets angry or defensive because they'll see it happening, that's clipped too. And it's used to push, right? The narrative, stress the target out so that they make mistakes. And it's a whole system, okay? And remember, this is the goal of the Snark server. They have targets. It's not just Destiny, by the way. Ethan Klein, the few others. They've targeted Hutch. They've targeted Lonerbox, I believe. I don't know the full target list. I don't have access to the logs, right? But they have targets. And they are targeting them. They targeted me, right? So that's how it's happening, right? And again, they'll retreat to they'll want every aspect judged in isolation, and they'll retreat to that. And they'll be like, "Bro, we're just clipping. What's wrong with clipping?" Because it hides and obfuscates the scale of what they're doing and the real purpose of what they're doing, which is to harass. And JStalk, and yes, I'm naming names, has called for the mass reporting of different targets. And he has used this system of harassment and coordination to create the justification where he can call for that, where he makes others feel justified in taking that action. I can't give you the details of every single thing that he's done to do this, but he has admitted to calling for the mass reporting of people. And you have to remember, right, that this is the goal, okay? The goal isn't to get to the truth. They aren't mass reporting because they've done something right, because they've organically done something wrong. They're mass reporting because they hate them, right? They hate them. So they're building a permission structure. They're building up a justification to say why what they are doing against the people that they hate is righteous and just. It's a coordination campaign. It's what it is. It's AstroTurf. It's like Trump sending out to all the people in the group chats on MAGA's side after his third assassination attempt that we have to build the ballroom. Okay, they want it to feel organic, but it's not. It's AstroTurfed. It's not organic at all. Okay. Thank you for the 4-month Riz What the Fuck membership. Reminder, folks, to mash that like button. Yeah, give me money, gang. That's all nice, right? And remember, a lot of each of the people, individuals in this server, not all of them share the same level of guilt. And I want to make that clear, right? If you're just in the server, who the fuck cares? I don't. But if you've been part of this coordination, if you've been involved to certain degrees, the more involved you are, the more culpability I feel that you have. Okay? Are you one of the people who are going into other people's fucking chat rooms, stirring shit? Are you one of the people hiding, pretending to be someone else, or pretending to be a DGGer, or pretending to be from a different community just to start shit, just to get people to react so that they can feed it into this machine that they've created? Well, then you share a little more culpability. If you're one of the people who posted my fucking docs, or laughed at it, or justified it, then you share a lot of culpability. Okay? There are levels to this. And I don't know the levels to which every single person in there is culpable. I just don't. But I'm telling you what they're doing. I'm telling you how they're doing it. And again, I don't have all the pieces of the puzzle. I might get a detail wrong here or two. But this is what we see happening. $5 from No Fucking Way says, what makes a great movie? Great actors. And yeah, this is gang stalking, felony level cybercrimes. Well, I don't know what gang stalking is, so I can't say whether it's gang stalking or not. I don't know. Philomanth Mike says, okay, Wick, I know I've never spoken here before, but here's a counterpoint for you. Have you thought about the fact that Destiny is a girl's name? Fair enough. True. Women. Am I right, gang? Huh. Women. Okay. Oh, thank you for the example. Greg Z2 says, WhickTV, if there are levels to it, what level of culpable are you for Destiny and DGG doxing? So I guess we have a couple more core points to get to, but this is a good example of one of the main tactics that snarkers use. Always, always, always be on offense. If someone is talking about what you're doing, what about Destiny? And people are going to react to this. And this is what they will say, right? I will make an accusation. I will speak about what they're doing and the wrongs that they are doing, the bad things that they are doing, and wait for it, and you'll hear it. What about Destiny? What about DGG? What about all these other people? What about everything else? And it's a way to always, always, always be on offense because they want you litigating. And Counterpoints did this. And I don't know if he did this on purpose or he was just fucking mind raped, as Destiny likes to say. Instead of talking about what the snarkers were doing, he wanted to litigate Destiny's sex life. What does that have anything to fucking do with what we are talking about? Nothing. But people feel the need to defend themselves. People feel the need to be answer, to explain. But if you're excusing, you're losing in the rhetoric war, right? So that's the first tactic. Always, 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 always attack. Never, ever, ever, ever make the conversation about what's happening on the doxing server or the Snark server or with JStalk or with all these other people. Always, 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 always make the conversation, what about Destiny? What is Destiny doing? What is DGD doing? That's the first and most important tactic that I need you guys to understand. I need you to understand it. And this isn't a conspiracy. You can see it. It's happening in my chat right the fuck now, right? It's happening on Twitter every single day. It's happening in my Twitch chat every single time. It's, what about Destiny? What about Destiny? What about Destiny? What about DGG? Always, 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 always attack, because if you're excusing, you're losing. If you're explaining, it's lame, right? You are losing the conversation if you're explaining, right? If you're having to litigate why it's whatever sins you may or may not have committed or may not be guilty of. So just recognize that. And remember, these people aren't in earnest. They're not genuine 9 times out of 10. But they hide amongst people who are. And this is what's important. Just because someone has a problem with what Destiny has done does not make them a snarker. Okay? We're going to talk about that later. I'm getting ahead of myself. Someone triggered me a little bit. But I wanted to make that clear. Okay, sorry. Let's back up. Read some super chats. $5 from Alishna says, "What is Destiny doing right now, Wick? You're streaming, but what is Destiny doing?" Oh, that's a good question. I have no fucking clue. $5 from the Witch's Persona says, "Classic Darvo, the same as MAGA, just replace Destiny with Biden." True. Okay. Let's see. There's a couple more core points that I need you to understand. Oh, yes. How they operate in the realm of plausible deniability, where they can keep their hands clean while still getting the results that they want. A good example, you may not specifically direct every raindrop or lightning strike, but if you've seeded the storm, you are still responsible for what happens to a certain extent. There are levels to this. There's some nuance here. Are you as responsible as the person who pulled the trigger? No, obviously not. Do you bear some responsibility? Yeah, kinda. So I guess when judging these things, there's kind of like a checklist. Because if you're looking for the standard of evidence of, do you have a DM of where JStalk or any of these people DM them to dox Wick, or DM someone to dox Tally, or DM someone to harass this person or that person or the other person, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to have that. That's just, it's not necessary. They don't have to say that directly, right? Why would they? Obviously, JStalk has said about the mass reporting thing directly, which was really dumb of him, but these people aren't the brightest. They're bright enough. Like, there's some cleverness here, right? It does take some kind of understanding of human nature to kind of set up something like this. But yeah, that's just so silly. So there's a checklist for me that I kind of go through, okay? That I want to kind of go through. And you don't have to hit all these points to bear responsibility. But if you hit enough of them, I think there's some responsibility that you have to kind of accept. So the real questions when something like this happens, like, you got to ask yourself, who named the targets? Who framed them as deserving? Who supplied the narrative that it was permissible, right? Who created the permission structure for this, right? Who justified doing this? Like, it would be okay to do this because of XYZ, right? Who boasted the attackers? Who rewarded the escalation? So, like, for example, if someone on Kiwi Farms goes after and doxes someone, and then you have people in a community cheer that person on and give them accolades, give them flowers, there's some culpability there. Who laughed when lines are crossed? Who found it funny? Who was amused that their enemy got hurt, right? Who protected the people involved? Who run cover for them, right? Who minimized it afterwards? Who's talked about, like, Wick, I know you got doxxed, but it really wasn't that bad, man. Like, you're still fine. It's no good. Like, look, other people have had worse. This is not... Who minimized it, right? And I think one of the most important questions is who benefited from it. So when you ask yourself, like, what level of culpability do people have, I think these are some good basic questions to start to ask. It's a good checklist to kind of go over. And remember, not a single one of these things requires an individual person to direct another individual person to do an act, right? And that's how they thrive. And it's why it's really, really hard to kind of, unless you happen to have a bunch of logs that they didn't know you were logging, it's really, really hard to kind of point out specific bad actors in this, right? They all hide in this plausible deniability space, right? So, like, I'll give you an analogy. You have a factory owner who's built a machine, okay, or who's helped to build a machine. They may not personally operate the machine, but if he designed the factory, if he ignored the safety warnings, if he rewarded speed over caution, if he punished people who complained about it, he bears responsibility when the machine eventually hurts someone. And I'm not claiming that every central figure in all this personally did every bad act. That would be an absurd standard, okay? That we would never meet that standard, right? Like, Trump didn't personally go in and break in on January 6th, but he still bears responsibility. He didn't personally beat every single one of those cops. Or I don't think any of those cops, to be clear. But he definitely bears responsibility. And you guys understand that, right? What I'm saying is that they helped create, encourage, normalize, and set up a way to benefit from the system that produces these acts, okay, that produces this harassment, and that has produced doxing. If you build a culture where people are rewarded for digging, smearing, brigading, targeting people associated with other people, you do not get to act shocked when someone eventually crosses a line and doxes or harasses another person. You don't. Sorry. Yes, I'm reading this. I wrote this down before, bitch. I ran an outline, and I wrote down analogies. Yes, I'm reading it. I have notes, motherfucker. What's this? Oh, he's reading it. Oh, Wick reads? Yes, motherfucker, I read. Holy crap. Wick can read? I know. Surprising. Crazy. There's a lot, and I got to go over it. I got to talk about it, and it requires that I remember what I wanted to talk about. And look, one of the flaws that I have is I get distracted easy. Okay? I get fragmented. See, they're still doing it in my chat. They're still going. When will you be explaining how DGG is different, or do you not care? This is tactic 1. Offense, offense, offense. They're still doing it. They're still doing it. They're doing it right now. You can see it. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. You're never allowed to just talk about what's the bad things that they're doing. You're never allowed. They won't allow it. They will insist we litigate DGG and Destiny's crimes. We can do that another fucking day if you like, but not today. Okay? Okay, Kermit. Do I sound like Kermit? Maybe. I might. Okay. Sorry. I'm passionate today. I told you guys, I warned you guys that this was going to be pure grade A WhickTV. And that means you're going to get cringe. You are. I'm cringe, but I'm free. You're going to get genuine. Okay? That's what you're going to get. You're going to get passion. You're going to get feeling. You're going to get emotion. We've been so irony fucking poisoned, gang. Right? This is I was going to say this later. I wrote this down too. I was going to say this for later, but I think it applies now, and I think we'll read it. What? This is why I kind of pity these people. I do. And if they weren't using their mentally ill powers to go after me and mine, I would have a lot more sympathy for them. The snarker mindset, and I'm going to read this, right? The snarker mindset is irony poisoned in a way that makes genuine enjoyment of anything feel dangerous. They are not just critical, they're trapped in a posture where everything has to be filtered through distance, sarcasm, and preemptive mockery. They cannot simply like something. They have to like it ironically. They cannot be moved by something. They have to sneer at it first. They cannot dance because someone might see them dancing. They cannot care openly because caring gives other people something to aim at. It's part of why they spend so much time watching other people. If you are terrified of being sincere, the safest position is to become the person in the corner, mocking everyone else, right? You never have to risk embarrassment. You never have to make anything. You never have to stand for anything, really. You just wait for someone else to sing off key and dance badly, phrase something awkwardly, care too much, and then you pounce. Then you go after them. Then you make your clips. Then you send them all out, right? That's not strength, though, gang. That's cowardice. That's weakness. And the saddest part, okay, the saddest part is that they mistake this for intelligence or moral superiority. They think constant mockery means they see through everything, but it just means that they have lost the ability to participate in anything without flinching. They're so afraid of being laughed at that they build their whole identity around laughing first. Okay. I was going to say that for later because, well, we're going to talk about Cream in a second. But yeah, I think it was important to say. Okay. You may not agree, but this is what I think. $5 from Fabian Padilla. Thank you for the money. Gang, look, if you want to give me money, that's beautiful. Beautiful. I love it. Okay, I love it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, money's good. Okay, where were we? There's one more concept that I think that we need to understand before we get to the specific tactics. Okay? One more concept. Or to my presentation today. I need you to understand how they utilize people who do not know they are being used necessarily. For example, a small group can gather clips, workshop talking points, decide on the angle, and then release that material into the public. Once ordinary people see it, people not involved in this machine, they pick it up naturally. They share it, repeat it, joke about it, bring it into other communities, and they may not be malicious. They may not know the origin of it. They don't know it's workshop because these people never disclose that they're part of these communities doing these things until they get caught, right? Looking at you, Kilo. Ooh, disclosure. Ooh. Anyway, they may not know there was coordination, which changes the content, but they can still be used by the machine and kind of in a way become part of the machine, right? And so this is, look, this kind of gives some people an out in a real way. Like if you just don't know that none of this is organic and it's all just been kind of fucking passed through 12 layers of workshopping and you think it's just a natural thing that's happening, and then you're just picking it up and running with it, your culpability goes way, way down in my mind. Like, oh, you're just a patsy, basically, right? You're kind of for lack of a better word, a victim in many respects, right? You didn't know. You were just fucking going with the flow. And I mean, there's some, depending on what you're going with the flow with, to be clear, there's some level of moral issue with that, but it's not as much as if you knew the coordination was happening and you boosted it anyway, right? Yeah. So and they will use this fact to kind of hide behind different communities and different kind of people as human shields in a real way, because it creates a situation where streamers who are under this pressure, under this harassment, start lashing out at people who aren't involved, right? And it makes them sound more crazy, right? They'll lash out at a chatter that they see say something about who uses one of their tactics just because they believe what's been told to them, and they'll be like, "You're part of the cabal too. You're part of the coordinated effort too." And this person knows that they're not, and they'll be like, and this will reinforce this. This has a twofold effect. It makes the streamer look crazy, which they want to do, right? Their targets, they want people to think that the target is crazy, that the target's out of their fucking mind, right? And two, the person who gets lashed out at is like, well, fuck you. It reinforces the beliefs that these snarkers want to propagate, right? It reinforces their usefulness to the machine. It's very, very good. Okay, it's a very, very useful thing. It's one of the most powerful principles that they operate under. Because again, I don't have the logs. I don't know which one of you. Well, I know some of you are snarkers because I've seen some names, but mostly I don't know. I don't know if you're part of this group. I don't know if you're part of the coordinated effort. I don't know what degree, right? I see you using these tactics, but I don't know if you're doing it. Yeah, I don't know if you're just doing it because other people are doing it, and you're kind of picking up and thinking and you're kind of believing the propaganda, or if you are actively malicious. I don't know. And it makes it hard to kind of clean house because I don't want to get rid of people who don't know, like who have a sincere belief, right? I don't want to do that. So it's like the Viet Cong, right? They'd hide amongst the populace, okay? They'd dress up in civilian clothes and go amongst the populace and work up. And you never knew who was a combatant and who wasn't in this snarker war, to use to abuse the analogy a little bit, okay? It's very effective. Very, very effective. Greg says, now Wick stealing Connor conquering point. I'm just telling you, it's a good analogy. So yeah, those are the 4 kind of core principles. And let's review, kids. Okay. How legitimate actions can become illegitimate in certain contexts. How coordination changes things. Coordination matters. It can take normal things and make them sinister. How plausible deniability works and how they operate within the realm of plausible deniability. And also, last but not least, how they utilize people who do not know they are being used necessarily and hide amongst the populace. Okay, so we got those 4 core principles. Do we understand? Do we get it? Do they make sense? Am I being clear? I hope I am. I think I am, but it's hard to tell in the moment, right? Plausible deniability. Yeah, I got a little bit of an accent. That's okay. Sunshine, baby. Hell yeah. Riz, what the fuck says, understood. Greg Z says, no, you're fucking up your words. No, I don't think I am. Don't think I am. Beautiful. Okay. Let's talk specific tactics, because these are kind of the things that I think you should be watching out for. Again, just the points for's point, right? Point for's point. You just because someone is doing one of these tactics doesn't mean they're part of this group. Okay? Doesn't mean they're part of this hate campaign. But it is tactics that you can see happen all the time and constantly, and they do these kind of out in the open. And I want to talk about them. I want to go through them. We've already discussed the first one, offense, offense, offense. You always, always, always have to litigate the Destiny stuff, the DGG stuff. You can't ever talk about the Snarkers. They are always going to demand, well, what about DGG? What about Destiny? And again, just watch the playback when people react to this, when people talk about this, when people tweet about this on Twitter. That's going to be their go-to move. It's their number one. But we've talked about that a lot already. The second thing that I mentioned in my talk with Doobie and Counterpoints, but I want to reemphasize because it's the second thing that you have to understand that they will do, the tactic that they will use. Isolated demands for rigor, okay? They are free to speculate. You must have proof. And the proof you must have must be a DM signed confession notarized in blood with 3 witnesses. Whereas they could be like, yo, I read it in a Twitter post somewhere, right? Or I saw a clip screenshot of it, or a clip post, or I found a random DGGer that said something kind of crazy, and that's proof. Whereas if you make a claim, they're going to demand evidence, right? And not just any evidence, right? Specific evidence. And remember, this goes back to the core point 1. Legitimate things can be used in illegitimate ways, right? There's nothing wrong with demanding evidence or asking for evidence. But when you are asking for evidence for one side to a different degree that you are asking for the other side, that's a problem. A legitimate thing, asking for evidence, has now become illegitimate. And it's a very effective tactic because people will obviously think, well, yeah, it makes sense that you'd want, this would make sense. This would make sense that you would fucking want evidence for what's going on. Absolutely. Yeah, that's reasonable. But it becomes unreasonable because they're asking for a style of evidence from one side that they are not asking from the other. And it's a way to kind of paint one side, DGG, as they just don't have sufficient evidence for any of their claims. They're just making shit up. And kind of baking into the cake the claims that they're making, right? Where you don't have to, and combined with tactic 1, it's super effective, right? Because even if you can get past tactic 1, which is offense, you're suddenly back on the heels because now you have to produce a sufficient, you have to produce scientific fucking evidence or evidence that would pass in a court of law. Whereas all they're doing is taking screenshots out of context and posting them, right? Or stuff they heard a streamer say once, right? It's not the same. So that's the tactic 2. Do we understand this? Do we get it? Are we vibing, gang? Are we vibing? And gang, if you have questions for me after this, or we're gonna do call-ins after this, don't worry. But and you can obviously ask them in chat too. But I'll get to them when I get to them because I'm trying to follow my outline, and I don't want to get distracted too much. Okay. Thank you, by the way, for the Prime sub, Peach Streams. Thank you. Really appreciate you. It's a hype train on Twitch if you guys want to donate to me there. Beautiful. Okay. Third. And this is a tactic that I'm going to show you, right? Because I happen to have an example of it, right? And this is where we're going to talk about Queeman. Hi, Queeman. How you doing? Okay. Schrodinger's joke. What is Schrodinger's joke? It's where you make a statement, say something, you mention a thing, and whether or not it's a joke depends on how it lands. So this is one of their favorite tactics that they'll do, especially now that they've been caught, okay? Especially now that we have the logs. You guys remember Nicandros during the Chud Logic, Destiny, Shamu debate, right? Before they actually had the conversation, the logs were just released to Twitter. That was the go-to for Nicandros. He's like, it's just a joke, gang. It's just a joke. We're just joking. We're having a good time. It's a joke. I was posting it as a joke. It was a joke, gang. It was a joke. It was a joke. Because it's where they live. It's a Schrodinger's joke. Like, if that had worked, if people had bought that it was a joke, that would have been the line. But no one bought the joke because it was obviously not in the context of what we had, and it didn't go well for him. Nicandros was exposed as a fucking liar, right? He was obviously lying. But they live in this space, right? It's Schrodinger's joke, where they can say whatever they like, about you. They can make any claim that they want. And if people call them out or disprove their claim, bro, it's just a joke. I was just fucking joking. We were just joking. Let me show you one example. Okay? Give me one moment. Let me make sure I have it up. Here we go. Here is Queeman. He did a little, I don't know why he posted me in response to what Disney tweeted, but this is me as a pretty kitty. Okay? I'm a pretty kitty Wick. First of all, just as an aside, I don't know why you guys think you're going to embarrass me for posting things that I've posted publicly. Like, if I was embarrassed about this, I wouldn't have done it. I don't know what you think you're going to do here. Like, yes, I dressed up as a kitty for Chaos Cast. It was funny. I was a great actor, okay? I was a very pretty kitty. This doesn't embarrass me. But there's something, like, I don't mind. Like, if you're going to, like, post me eating ramen noodles or dancing or whatever. I don't give a shit. It's sometimes annoying, depending, but whatever. But that's not all they do. Let me show you something. This was from a couple years ago that Queeman did that demonstrates this. And the joke, and remember, the defense for this has always been, it's just a joke. Wick, it's just a joke, right? But they only make that defense when I call it out. When I'm not calling it out, you're talking to people in DMs, they're going around and spreading the rumor that this has actually happened. So let me just read the tweet, then we'll watch the clip. So this is me replying to Queeman, and I say, hey, here's your audience painting me out as someone who engaged in sexual assault against a woman, lying to your audience, despite that same woman later making it clear to folks that this was absolutely not the case. And not just later, she was doing it at the time too, right? He's going to show one part of a chat, but he won't show the rest. We're going to get to that. And then when he's called out on it, he retreats to just jokes. Note that this is just one part of an active campaign to slander me and paint me out to be a sex pest, because this isn't all they've done. This isn't all Queeman has said on this. And he said stuff recently too on his stream about me and Kinetic Kel, right? That's what he's done. He's a liar and a fraud, and worst of all, he's fucking British. So I don't know what the fuck he's doing, trying to make fun of me. He's fucking British. It's crazy. Take the L, bitch. Let's bring up.
There's actually some terrible.
Yeah, let's watch the clip. We'll just watch the clip, and you can tell me, like, what you think, dear viewer.
There's actually some terrible allegations. Absolutely horrific stuff, I gotta say, that's been brought up about Wick in the last day. So Bug Squander has been pressing for information. At Ginger Ramoth, did Wick ask for consent prior to groping yourself and Madame Genevieve in that photo that was posted? And as you can see here, if we get some zoom and enhance analysis going on, you can see here Wick is touching, it appears to be Madame Genevieve.
Touching people's legs that you're at a party with and you're friends with. Crazy. But here's how they paint it.
Eve's outer thigh and knee. And this is the outer thigh here as well. The outer thigh and knee on Ginger Ramoth. Now, obviously, we've got the response here. He did not ask. He did not say, "Man, would you mind if I touched your leg?" before.
Who does that with friends? First of all. But you see how they're painting it, right? And you see how they're clipping Ginger Ramoth and what she said? And we're gonna go to what else she said, and we're gonna talk about how this obviously was not a joke. It was Schrodinger's joke, right? Because it's a joke when you call them out on it, but they're actively spreading this rumor, right? They're actively spreading this rumor. But yeah.
Or he touched her leg. Now, it's the sexual harassment HR meme. It is. It's like, tell me you wouldn't be traumatized if Wick touched your leg. Come on, who here can say Who here can say they would not be traumatized if Wick touched their leg? Okay. Need an hour-long shower. I'd need therapy. I'd be traumatized if Destiny or Wick did that, says Addy. I feel sick, says Hey, it's Lissy. I'd have 8 showers and use 3 different loofahs. Okay. Endless hot shower and years of PTSD, especially bare leg. Yeah, I mean, that's just terrifying stuff, really. That's just nasty.
And it's hidden within jokes, right? The accusation itself is hidden within kind of laughter and things like that. But these are serious allegations, right? They're joking, quote unquote, but they're not. That I'm someone who sexually harasses women. And look, maybe you could say that if this was isolated. But remember, Bug Squatter is a person who DM'd Mantis to try to paint me as a sex pest as well, to get her logs to paint me as someone who'd been sexually harassing Mantis as well, right? This was an active campaign that they did for a long, long time to paint me as this, that they're still doing to this day. And now let's see what, because Ginger Ramoth DM'd me recently, and it's worth looking at, right? Because, hold on, let me adjust it so you can see. Because you don't see the first. Here we go. So she just, and this is unprompted the other day, right? Says the amount of people, and this is her, the amount of people that want to make something out of that picture of your hand on my knee is crazy. And remember, at the time, the things that you didn't see in the chat is she was telling them actively, this ain't anything. This is nothing, right? We're buddies, okay? I say, yeah, it's very annoying, but I do think it says a lot with everything they've tried to dig up on me, that this is the worst they got. And she says, yeah, it's a big nothing, LOL. I say, yep. I don't know how many times I've had to explain to people that you did nothing wrong, LOL. And again, what does this imply to you? Does this imply to you that they were joking? Does this imply to you that they were just like, haha, we're not being serious about it? Does this imply to you that people didn't actually think that I had done something wrong here? It does not. It implies that people consistently ask her and be like, yo, did Wick fucking molest you? Did Wick fucking grope you? Did Rick fucking assault you? Right? Because it's this hiding in this Schrodinger's joke. When you call him out, it's a joke, haha. But it actively pushes a narrative that you're a thing. And so I say, mind if I release these DMs? Or better yet, we do a little stream segment together. She said, let me get it. Oh, hold on. Oh, God. So she says, LOL, you can share this convo if you'd like, but I'll stay out of the rest of it. I'll always stand by that you didn't do anything wrong that night. And in fact, that you helped me get out of an uncomfortable situation that night, which is also true, but I won't talk about the details. But yeah, that's what made it like super offensive to me. Like I was not just a gentleman. I was a fucking hero. Okay. I'm going to be real. And they said understood. Yeah, this isn't a joke, gang. This isn't a fucking joke. But yeah, this is something that's been going on for years. And this is a tactic that they use. Schrodinger's joke, right? And they will make accusations, but they will do it kind of half jesting. And yeah, this is what happens. So yeah, it's a big tactic that Queeman uses a lot. It's very popular. Okay. And he replied, instead of like explaining it or anything like that, he replied with a gif of me dancing. And again, does he think this is going to embarrass me? This was on stream. I was busting some fucking moves, right? I was getting down. I enjoy dancing, okay? You have a little dance break. I want to dance a little more, but fair. Done. And like, yeah, I got moves. Stay jealous, fucking queen. Okay? I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I'm going to dance. I don't give a shit if you guys clip me. I don't give a shit because I know what joy feels like, okay? I know what it's like to be happy. I don't give a shit if you don't like my dancing. This ain't a fucking strip club. I ain't dancing for your entertainment. What are you doing? Imagine being someone who is so scared to dance because someone might fucking videotape them or record them and put it on the internet and laugh at them. Who the fuck cares? Fucking get your game on, bros. Get out there, do your dance, shake that ass, baby. Right? Like, what do you... I can't. Oh, my life would be worse. My life would be worse. I would be less happy if I was scared of dancing because someone else might see. $20 or I'm sorry. 10 pounds. From Riz What the Fuck says dance break. True. $7 Canadian from Big Leafy Tree says there's an excellent skit on irony poisoning called Hanging Out with Your Edgelord Friend by Ryan the Leader. I might check it out sometime. Thank you. It's funny, during the dance segment, we had a little boost in viewership there, so some people liked it, okay? Look, I like to dance. I enjoy it. You're not going to embarrass me by posting clips of me dancing. It's just never going to happen. I don't know what you're doing. You're fucking stupid if you think that's the case, especially since I did it on stream. Of course I knew it was being recorded. What are you doing? What are you talking about? So yeah, Schrodinger's joke. It's always joking if they get caught in a lie, but it's pushing a narrative where people can fill in the gaps, right? In the play in their own minds, right? They make these allusions to impropriety in the form of like jokes, and they push it, and it's dishonest, and it's something where they can, like, so many people told me, like, why are you making such a big deal of it? It's just a joke. You made a stream implying I assaulted women. You think that's just a joke? If I made a stream where I selectively edited responses and implied that you had raped a child, with that, and then when you came at to me like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? And I said, this is just a joke, bro. Calm your tits. That would be unacceptable. That's unacceptable behavior. What the fuck are you doing? Are you not fucking socially aware at all? It's not just a fucking joke. $2 from Caramel Cold Brew. True. True. I lost my place. Oh, yes. Okay. So we've gotten always on offense. We've talked about that tactic. We've talked about isolated demands for rigor. We've talked about Schrodinger's joke or jape. And remember, when the logs break, when the logs release, this is going to be their defense, their first line of defense for all the fucked up shit that you're going to see, okay? It's going to be real fucked up. They're going to be like, pros, don't take it so seriously. It was just a joke. Okay. Fourth tactic. There's like 12 of these, okay? Fourth tactic that you got to that you gotta recognize, that you gotta look out for, okay? Unilateral principles. They demand you restrain yourself, but they do not exercise restraint. This ties a little bit into isolated demands for rigor. There's some overlap here. But they try to demand and weaponize rules against you, standards that you hold against you, that they themselves do not hold. I will give you an excellent example. Okay? Jebtan. Hi, Jebtan. Jebtan clutched his pearls. Oh, you allowed Destiny in your server. Destiny doxes people. Oh, no, he makes the place unsafe. Chud, though, is fine. He would never allow doxers in his server, right? And he defended that motherfucker, right? Like Destiny, Chud Logic server, he's okay. And I want to be clear, Chud Logic, we have beef. I don't like you, but you're a chat slave. I don't think you're really involved or implicated in anything I've seen in most of this, right? You're just a fucking chat slave. I mean, that's like fucking condemnable and embarrassing that you will bend over for chat to let them fuck you in the ass because you're too scared of them and too scared of losing your audience. I mean, sure, but no, I don't think you're involved in the doxing or anything like that. So don't worry, buddy. Don't worry, okay? We have our beefs, but I'm not accusing you of anything crazy, okay? Yeah. Back to it. Yeah, so they will demand that you hold yourselves to principles. You don't hang around doxers. You don't hang around people who do bad actions. But they're hanging around Queeman. They're hanging around Chud Logic. They're hanging around all these people who either allow bad actions in their spaces or do the bad actions themselves because they want you to follow a principle that they will never hold themselves to. They use it as handcuffs, okay? They want to use your principles against you as handcuffs or a weapon. That's it, okay? So that's the fourth tactic that you'll see. A demand to, unilateral demand for principles and restraint, okay? The fifth tactic, no win framing. Anything you do that isn't furthering their goals is painted as bad. If you wait to give a response for more evidence, you're hiding. Why are you hiding, bro? Why are you sweeping? Why aren't you talking about this allegation right now? If you respond to the allegations, bro's spiraling. Bro is spiraling. Look at him. He's crashing out in real time. Look at him. Look at him go. If you provide evidence, you're drama farming, bro. What are you doing? You're attacking me, bro. You're trying to drama farm. No matter what you do, no matter what action you take, it's going to be painted against you as a negative. Just understand that. They don't care what you do. They care how they're going to frame it. And that's the only thing that they're looking at is how can we frame this action that Wick is taking or this streamer is taking or this chatter is taking or anyone, whoever their target is, how can we frame it as negative? How can we frame it as bad? No matter what they do, you can't win, right? They won't let you. They will frame everything. Everything is bad. Yeah, you fail to understand the hole you're digging. You're looping, right? Oh, bro's not addressing the allegations. He must be sweeping. Panos of Rivia says, I'm going to start calling you Wolverine instead of Wick because goddamn, that spine of yours is made of adamantium. Well, thank you. I do appreciate that. Another thing they do is victim reversal. And this is a sixth tactic that I want to frame, right, to kind of let you guys know. They will provoke you. They will harass you. They will target you. And when you react to it, they become the victim, right? J-Stock's going to say this, like, Wick is making baseless allegations against me, right? Yeah, I'm one of the main active people on a server that's targeted you specifically, and we're targeting people around you because of your association to Destiny, but you reacting to that is a problem because you're coming after me. I'm the victim here. Your reaction to what they do to you becomes the evidence against you. Your reaction to being doxxed, harassed, having your life gone through with a fine-tooth comb, put out, made fun of constantly, your reaction to that, right? Very human to be like, what the fuck, bro? What are you doing, bro? Is seen as evidence against you because now you're attacking them unfairly. And remember, all these tactics kind of work together. They kind of meld together, and they'll switch between and use different ones as they go. But this is a very common one that they do. One of the things that Queeman, and I'm making specific allegations here, Queeman has said that I have I have secret docs information that I'm holding against him. This is a claim that he has made. I have my little spies too. So it's not just the leaks that you got to watch out for, okay? You got to watch out for the things that what's his face? The Wick is doing. Okay, let me get through. Let me find it. I'm going to just read these out loud. Here's some logs from today. And this also demonstrates how they'll just fucking lie about everything. But is that a tactic? I guess. That's just what they do. So the first user, and this is in JStalk's Discord. I just want to be clear. These are logs from today. JStalk's, this first person says, any takes on why JStalk and Queeman didn't join the Wick panel to fight Destiny directly on the Snarking stuff? The response from user 2. Because Wick was taunting Queeman with docs information from years ago that Stardust and Co. were digging up on him, and because they didn't need to speak to him. Both Dickers and Aiden were and are in the server. This is a line that Queeman's been pushing in various ways, that I have docs information against him. I don't, to be clear. I don't fucking know who he is in real life, and I don't want to know. I don't fucking care, right? I would never dox anyone, ever. Yeah, it's just a line I don't cross. But he's been pushing that this idea that he wouldn't go on with me and he wouldn't talk to Destiny with me in the same room because I've been taunting him with docs information that I'm holding over his head. Okay? He's making himself out to be a victim of something he's doing, right? Or he's involved in. I won't say he's doing because I don't know if he's doxed anyone specifically, but he's absolutely involved in this, right? To certain degrees. Esports Batman, or I'm sorry, user 3 says Queeman wasn't allowed because he got all slur Saturday on them last time. And this is just a lie that is easily disproven. Queeman wasn't allowed because he was going to say slurs? I specifically invited him, JStalk, a few others, right? I specifically, before the stream, during the stream, as it was going, invited them in over and over again. You could just watch it. But this is the narrative that they're painting. This is what they're going with. This is the lies that they're fucking telling. And always remember, again, we're talking about puzzle pieces. We're talking about credibility here. They lie constantly. Easily disproven lies. But they do so in their hug boxes a lot of the time, where a lot of these people don't watch the ancillary streams or even the main streams. And so they'll just eat this shit up, right? Imagine thinking that was like... It's just so easily disprovable. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Anyway, yeah, I was sent these and, yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. Okay, sorry. I'm getting a little heated. Okay. People are giving me money. Hell yeah. Dwight Baldwin says $5, says, you still a Destiny enabler? This is farming contact by deflecting. Remember tactic 1. $5 from Dwight Baldwin say, I don't follow these other guys. This is no excuse for your bad behavior. Remember tactic 1. Always offense. Always demand that they litigate the sins that you may or may not have committed. Never can you talk about them. Never can you talk about the things that they do. Tactic 1, gang. Remember. Okay, great. Let's see. Let me get it back up. Moving goalposts. And we're seeing this happen in real time as the leaks are coming out, right? This is why one of the reasons they're drip feeding it, and drip feeding this information, is because they want to help negate this tactic a little bit. To help kind of mitigate this tactic that they do, that they engage in. Whether or not this works as a defense against this tactic, I don't know. We'll see, I guess. But one of the things that they're trying to do is to get them to make and stake out firm positions on things, to make clear statements of truth on things, to not be so vague, right? So that they can plant a hill, because the 7th tactic is moving the goalposts, right? they'll say stuff like, well, there's no coordination. And then when they're shown proof of coordination, well, coordination is not harassment. Then they'll show proof of harassment. Well, the harassment wasn't ordered. And you see how this goes? This is a constant thing that they do for everything, right? And again, it works with the other tactics too, because they'll move the goalposts and then they'll go back to attacking, right? And they'll pretend, well, I answered your question, now you answer mine. I answered your question, now you answered mine. But they didn't really answer your question. They just moved the goalposts, right? You just provided evidence that they lied or that they said something that was incorrect, and then they moved the goalposts and they're immediately back on the offense and attack. It's an excellent tactic, right? Very, very smart. Very effective. Eighth tactic. Permission structures. They frame their targets as deserving. They make escalation against those targets feel justified. And they don't have to give any direct orders in this way. What they're doing is they're seeding the ground. They're setting it up, right? So that, again, remember the fourth core principle, that they'll use people who aren't involved in the machine to further their goals, right? They'll use this tactic to make it more likely that someone's gonna harass someone else or dox someone else or any of these other actions that we would all consider pretty bad to varying degrees, right? And you'll see this happen. They'll go on streams, they'll go on shows, and they'll be like, well, yeah, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. It's not something I'd personally do. But I'd understand it if it happened. Yeah, I wouldn't A-log Nathan. I wouldn't A-log Destiny's son. But, by Destiny's standard, I mean, it would be justified if it happened to him, right? And they'll do this. And they'll go through this and see and kind of like set the stage. Like, create a permission structure is the best way to put it. They create a permission structure, a justification structure to make it more likely that people will act and escalate, and that they will feel justified in doing so. They will feel morally righteous in doing so. Destiny is such a bad person. Destiny is so evil that these actions that we would otherwise not tolerate in other circumstances are now permissible. And they also use it to kind of gin up the people who are already part of the machine, right? Who are already part of the group, who are already part of the organized structure, to keep them within the organized structure, to, as they continue on their way and things escalate and get worse and worse and worse, to kind of keep them there and be like, bros, we are taking down the giant. Total Destiny death, gang. Total Destiny death. And he deserves it because he's a rapist. Because he's a kitty diddler, because he has CSAM, and they do this, and they create a permission structure to do horrible. Because what is permissible? What do most people think is permissible to do to someone who's a pedophile, right? What is morally permissible to do to an e-rapist, whatever the fuck that means, okay? A lot more than just a fucking streamer, right? And they do this with the associates as well, right? The people who are associated with Destiny. Like, it's not just Wick works with Destiny sometimes, and they have streams together, and he has a professional working relationship with this guy. No, it's not that. They were like, well, Wick is running cover for Destiny's sex crimes, which I specifically did not do. I specifically condemned these things when it happened, and as it went, I'm like, this is not okay. This is not morally okay. This was a bad thing, a very, very bad thing, right? But because I'm still working with him, and you're like, just working with a bad guy just isn't enough for most people. They have to paint me as someone who's defended his actions, every single one of his actions. And again, none of this has to be true, because remember, I've had yelling and screaming matches on stream with this guy, right? On several topics that we have fundamental disagreements on, right? And that's the way they create this permission structure. Is normally, yeah, these guys aren't Destiny. Why are we going after him? But it's okay to harass, to target, to dox even. If I'm defending a rapist. If I'm defending someone who has done sex crimes, now it's a little more justified in people's minds, right? This is the tactic. This is the tactic. This is what they do. And they push it as far as they can get. And this is something they flooded the zone with, to be clear. They've gone into voice channels. They've gone into chats. They've super chatted. They've gone into Discords. Their private group chats that they have. Other private group chats. Some of their members were also in. DMs with their friends. Friends who aren't related to all this, right? By the way. To different streamers' Discords, right? This planting of a permission structure. It's a very effective tactic. What are we on? 9? Yeah. We're on 9. Sorry, I'm worked up, gang. I'm worked up a little. Can we take a stretch break? Oh, stretch! Big stretch! Big stretch, ladies and gentlemen! Big stretch! Ah. Mm. 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 Good to get the blood flowing. Good to get the wiggles out. Good to get the wiggles out. Yeah. Love it. We love it. Now, here we go. Step 9. And I see this happening in chat too. Hey, Twitch, I'm looking at you. You maximize yours and you minimize theirs. And what does that mean? Anything done to you, you paint in the maximally bad light, right? I've seen this happen on Twitter, right? Claims by different streamers and different people, some of them don't stream anymore, that I have, that I was harassing Connor, that I was harassing Counterpoints, right? What did I actually do? I disagreed with the way he was handling it, and I confronted him about it. Is that harassment? In no stretch of the imagination have I been harassing Counterpoints. Quite the opposite, in fact. But because I questioned, right, the person that they were fucking mind raping, I'm harassing Counterpoints. I'm stalking Counterpoints. I'm going after Counterpoints. That's the narrative that some of them are planting, right? And they'll minimize what they do. And you see this all the time. They're like, bro, we just have a clipping channel. That's it. It's just clipping. That's all we're doing. Oh, is it a crime to criticize Destiny? Is it a crime to have a problem with what he's doing? No, it's not. But that's not what you're doing. You are minimizing the coordinated harassment campaign that you have built and are targeting towards not only Destiny, Ethan Klein, anyone associated with them who doesn't disavow. That is not just we have criticisms and are expressing them. There's a fundamental difference here. And this is what they'll do. When you call it out and none of the other tactics work, they can't deflect from it, they can't distract from it, they can't go on offense, they can't move the goalposts. They'll minimize it. And they'll minimize what happens to you too, right? They'll minimize, and we've talked about this before, right? But they'll minimize what happens to you. Like all I did was dox you, bro. And yeah, that's bad. And we disavow it. But Destiny has done so much worse to us. He doxed us. Ugh. If they didn't have double standards, they wouldn't have any standards at all. Be clear. Your actions are sinister. Their actions are jokes and misunderstandings. This is all part of this tactic, right? And again, there's a lot of overlap with these other tactics, but I think it was unique enough to kind of make its own thing. This goes to point, what was it? 2 and 1, both. the core points 1 and 2, which is, let me get to my notes here, which was legitimate things can become illegitimate, and coordination. This next tactic is called fragmentation. Hey, it was they want to hyper-focus on a very specific thing, right? They want to hyper-focus on the brick so you can't discuss the wall. They want to talk about it was just one clip. We just made this clip, bro. Look, it's just a clip in isolation, right? And they want to fragment it to that. Like, all we did was make this one clip. And yeah, the clip was bad. And yeah, we shouldn't have done that. But yeah, it's just one clip. It was just one joke. We only did it one time. It was just one report that we did. We only mass reported one time, only once, right? But it's a lie, right? It's a fragmentation. It's a way to kind of, if all the other tactics fail, it's a way to be like, it kind of plays into the minimization thing, right? It's a way to minimize, right? It's by fragmenting what they've done so you can't see the coordination behind it. And illegitimate actions start to look legitimate because in isolation, they are, right? In isolation, they kind of are. So fragmentation is the next tactic. We got one more tactic, and then we got a few other things to discuss, okay? This is important. Narrative laundering. Coordinated claims become public discourse. The same framing appears through multiple voices, and it looks organic. It looks like people are coming to these conclusions by themselves because they're not aware that these talking points, these conclusions, have been workshopped extensively in Discords, private group chats, all these things. They have snuck in this narrative in a way that it looks like people are just coming to the conclusions on their own. But this is propaganda, right? This is propaganda by design, and it's being pushed. And that's one of the main purposes of the server, by the way, is to launder these narratives, right? And they have different, I would imagine, again, I want to make it clear, this part's a little bit speculative because I don't have all the information, but if I was to do this is how I would do it because it seems effective, is they'll have one guy make a video essays that they get boosted, right? To push one part of the narrative, right? They'll have a bunch of React streamers that's going to react to that video and push that and reinforce that narrative, right? So that React viewers can see it and hear the takes and hear it reacted to and be like, wow, okay, this makes sense. And then you have people who will go into chats for other people who aren't part of the group and to kind of like just repeat these talking points and kind of get it in, or maybe even super chat these talking points and get it into the streamer's heads. And so that they start to repeat it too. And they build this, they build this illusion of organic conclusions that are just not so, right? This is why disclosure matters, by the way, when you're parts of these groups. Because what you might think of as someone coming to a conclusion on their own organically, it hits different if you found out they got the DNC talking points. Just for an example, right? Like, if you found out that a bunch of streamers had all gotten their talking points from the DNC, you would look at what they're saying differently, would you not? If you found out that they were getting emailed talking points and repeating those talking points, and they weren't disclosing that, and they were just trying to do it organically, right? Or to appear to be doing it organically by reacting to speeches or things like that, you'd be like, wow, man, I thought you were legit, but you were just parroting something. You're just parroting fucking talking points. And it changes, right, how the audience perceives it and what the audience perceives as what's happening, right? It's narrative laundering. Yeah, you're trying to smuggle in a narrative to the discourse, right? You're trying to smuggle in, like, that's how you launder money. You you take bad money and you stuff it in with a bunch of good money, and you try to mix it up so people can't tell what's laundered and what's not, or what's bad money and what's good money. Same with the narrative, right? They sneak in talking points to the larger narrative and try to get it to kind of just be within the discourse, and they launder that in. So that's the next and the last, I guess, important tactic. But I guess all these things you should look out for. And I'm just going to go through them one at a time, just real quick, just so you remember. Always on offense. Isolated demands for rigor. Schrodinger's joke or jape. Unilateral principles. No-win framing. Victim reversal. Moving goalposts. Permission structures. Maximize yours, minimize theirs. Fragmentation. And finally, narrative laundering. Do we understand? Do we get it? Any questions? I hope I've been clear. I hope this all makes sense. And I want you to recognize when this is happening. And it might not be the case that they are part of this group or machine or anything like that. But recognize that they just might be. And recognize that this is happening in the open, in multiple Discords, in multiple voice channels, and in multiple streamers' chats. And once you see it, it makes it easy to pinpoint. There are other tactics that they use that are kind of like unrelated, or I don't know if it's unrelated, but they're harder for me to express. Like they want to isolate Destiny. They want to isolate people who are defenders of Destiny. They want them to make them feel alone, right? So that they'll spread rumors and lies to their friends to get their friends to turn away from them. They drive wedges between me and Destiny. Like one of the things that has happened recently is a lot of people tried to drive a wedge and say, Destiny's trying to control your content, bro. Destiny secretly hates you, bro. Destiny called Food Shops his biggest defender, bro. Don't you feel fucking insulted by that? I don't give a shit what he thinks, right? Like, I'm not doing this. I want to make this very clear. I'm not doing this for good boy pats or accolades. If I didn't believe it, I wouldn't say it. So at a certain point, I don't really give a shit what he thinks about me. If he thinks I'm retarded. Okay. I am saying what I believe to be true. And if he thinks I'm retarded, he thinks I'm retarded. I don't give a shit. He might not even like me. I don't care. This isn't about him liking me. This is about me saying what I think is correct. And let the consequence follow from that. Okay? Let the consequences follow. So I've now that I know that there's this organized campaign, I am looking at all this in a very different light. I see the tactics that you guys are trying to do. I see the wedges that you guys are trying to drive there. And bro, you're an op. It's an op. You're trying to manipulate me. And it's not going to work. It's going to have the opposite effect of what you intend. It's going to cement me against you. And I want to just take this moment to kind of like be a little more open than I'm comfortable with you, because I think it's important. Because this kind of plays into why I'm making the decisions I am. There's been a lot of people in my communities. You guys have hurt me. I feel like I thought you guys liked me. I thought you guys thought I was cool. I thought you guys enjoyed my takes and my contents and thought of me as an honest person, at least, and someone with principles and someone who's legitimate. But I found out recently, like, a lot of them don't. Like, I felt like I was drowning, right, during all of this. When I found out all this and it kind of all hit me at once, and a lot of things took on a way different light once I was, some of these puzzle pieces got revealed to me, right? I was fucking drowning. I was looking for like, oh man, what am I going to do? Am I going to even fucking stream anymore? Right? And I was looking at ways to thread the needle to like, okay, well, I'm not going to let someone control my content, but this guy has kind of a point, and I see what's happening to him, right? Destiny, I'm talking about Destiny, like in this specific example. Like I heard through the grapevine that Destiny was thinking of banning everyone who had Doobie in their Discord, right? And blacklisting everyone. He didn't want anything to do with them, right? And so I was like, I kind of get why. I understand it. But at the same time, I was like, I'm not going to ban him if he didn't break a fucking rule. So I was like, well, I could talk to him and we could have a conversation and maybe we can come to a compromise, right? Where we both get what we want. I don't allow you to dictate who I have and who I don't have in my server, but I also provide you some access so that people can't have secret fucking snarker meetings in my VC, right? Without being challenged or without being exposed for that. So I came up to what I think wasn't a perfect solution. It wasn't a great solution, but it was a solution to the problem where A, I didn't have to ban Doobie or anyone that I didn't want to, and B, now Destiny doesn't feel like he has no recourse against people who are secretly talking shit behind his back. And so I set that up. And yeah, the rule change may not have been perfect that I put together, and it's not an ideal solution. And I know it's going to inconvenience people who are in my community. But when I announced it to when I streamed it, when I announced it to people, they were acting like I had fucking like killed their pet. And I was in a situation where I had just been doxxed. I just found out I was a victim, a continual victim of a targeted harassment campaign. And I was trying to keep from being blacklisted, right? I was trying to keep like control of my content as well. I was trying to do all these things and juggle all these competing incentives and responsibilities and trying to protect people in my server, right, from getting banned. I'm not going to let people just tell me fucking ban anyone. I'm just not going to do that. And because these server rules would minorly inconvenience them in their VC habits, they acted like I had killed their pet. And I was fucking drowning. And I'm sorry that you feel that way, gang. I do. And we've since adjusted things. And we've made the rule better. And we're going to talk about changes to my rules of engagement later in the thing. But I felt like, man, my community just, is this what you do? Right? Like, I needed help. I needed someone to have my back. I thought my community at least would understand and be like, yeah, I get it. It's not the best and it's not ideal, but we got you, boy. But the initial reaction from some was crazy. Now, since we've made up and there were tensions high and I snapped and people snapped and we're good now and we've kind of like gotten over that, right? But yeah, at the time I felt like fucking betrayed and it fucking hurt. It sucks. So yeah, it's made me rethink how I engage in this space, and all of this has made me see what Destiny goes through in a different light. And I was neutral before. I tried to maintain a professional distance before. But especially after seeing what happened with Connor and Destiny, I don't think that's the move. So no, Destiny's a homie now. Destiny has had my back in a real way that people I thought were my homies didn't. Destiny has provided me with what he didn't have to be clear, provided me with content. He's provided me with a platform. He's helped me out. He has invited me into his spaces when, look, gang, I'm kind of boring in some ways. I'm kind of boring. He doesn't get anything from me, not in a real way. I got like fucking 100 viewers. He's not boosting his content. I do provide some value, I will say. But, right, like, he's done me a solid. He's done me a favor. And he has had my back, and he is going after the people who's gone after me, right? I don't pretend that he's doing it entirely altruistically, right? But if this amount of harassment that I have received, this amount of targeting that I have received is a reflection, being as small as I am, being just a secondary target, is a reflection of what he's been going through. Damn. Fucking damn. It really, it changed my perspective on this a lot. And look, I don't approve of every single thing he does or do. I'm not him. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not fucking gonna do everything he says, but I'm gonna have his back too. I am now on Team Destiny. My neutrality is over. I am firmly on Team DGG, and I want to just tell you because they've had my back. And yeah, look, I don't like everything they do. Look, I have made takes when I've disagreed with Destiny. You know what they do? You know what DGG does? They make mean Reddit posts about me. They will sometimes make mean tweets at me and at me. Sometimes they'll block me on Twitter. Sometimes they'll come into my Discord and mouth off, right? That's annoying. It is. I won't pretend it's not. Especially when they mischaracterize me. That's annoying. It's annoying, right? But that is not the same as what these snarker bitches have been doing. Not the same at all. These snarker bitches have harassed me, have constantly lied about me, have doxed me, have doxed my co-host, have doxed my fucking friends. Bro, these are not the same, and I am not going to pretend that they are. Not at all. So yeah. Doesn't mean I'm not going to disagree with Destiny when he's fucking wrong. But no. Team DGG, bros. Give me the patch. I'll wear it proudly. With that, a reminder, though, that how this is going to be painted, right? And this is a callback to the beginning of the stream. That people are going to be saying I'm selling out, when it's in fact the opposite. Many of my friends in this space will not approve of this decision, right? They won't like it at all. They don't like Destiny. And look, again, they're not snarkers. They just don't like Destiny. Fair enough, right? They are going to think less of me for this. The harassment that I have been going through is going to ramp up. I am now in more danger. They are going to hurt me more. I'm going to be legitimized more as a target, right? Money from donations from people who've been giving me money and donations is going to stop. I am probably going to lose money off of this, right? Probably. I don't know. There's different factors at play. This is blowing up my viewers and things like that, so it might even out in the end. I don't know, but the incentive structure at play is for me to cast off Destiny. Like, that's why Counter, one of the reasons, not the only reason, maybe not the main reason, look, I'm not touching that. They got their own issues, okay? But yeah, that's why a lot of people have cut off Destiny, because it's incentives. Like, they are incentivized to do so. There is a lot of money to be made in Snarking, gang. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of attention. There's a lot of social clout to be gained. There's a lot of incentives, and it's constant, the pressure to just disavow Destiny. There. Don't let them pretend otherwise. But I gotta call balls and strikes. I gotta stand up. I gotta stand up on principles. I gotta stand up and say, I don't care. I ain't fucking scared of you. I ain't fucking scared of you, snarkers. You're not gonna bully me into doing something I don't believe in. You're not gonna bully me out of this fucking space. You're not gonna bully me into casting off someone that you think is a super bad, evil, whatever, right? You're just not. This ain't about money. It's about standards. And it's about, I don't let the terrorists win. And that's why they do it, though, because it works. But it ain't gonna work with me. You made an enemy of me. And this was the stupidest fucking thing you could have done. I would have remained neutral. Because I didn't know. but you decided to make an enemy of me? What did you think would happen? What? Now the truth claims of a lot of things don't fucking matter anymore because you're the ones attacking me. And DGG's the ones defending me. I don't know. And look, I'm going to get shit for this. I already see the reacts. I already see the tweets. And I already see all that. I already see the clips. But, yeah. DGG. Cool. Okay. If you guys want this to stop, if you want to de-escalate this space, it's going to be real easy. Because I don't fucking like drama. I dip my toes now and again, but I really don't like it. It's not fun for me. So if you guys just stop, I'll stop talking about you. If you guys just stop, I'll just stop too. It's easy. Right? You just stop coming at me and I'll just shut up. Stop coming after Destiny. Stop coming after all those around him. Stop being unhinged fucking weirdos. And when I say come at, I don't mean you can't criticize the guy. I'm going to criticize the guy. I think some of his takes are fucking stupid. And some of the things he's done is wrong. Just immoral and wrong. He has. Right? But like, you keep coming at him? And you keep coming at me? Then we're going to we have an issue. But we don't have to. We don't have to. We can be at peace. We can de-escalate. And I've talked to a lot of people around here. No one likes what this community, what this space, what this larger streaming space is becoming, right? No one really likes it. They don't like it. It feels bad. It feels yucky, right? Let's de-escalate together, okay? We can compromise. We can come to a thing. You guys can hate on Destiny all you like, but this harassment, this doxing needs to fucking stop. You stop, and Destiny will stop too. It's that easy. And I'll make you this promise. Okay? If you stop, and he doesn't, then me and Destiny I'm no longer on Team Destiny. It's that simple. That simple. So, DGG may not like that, right? But that's a principle I hold. And that's the claim I'm making. Cool. Okay, and with that, changes are going to be made to my rules of engagement. Okay, we already talked about one, but I'm also going to change how my space is moderated. Okay, and this is something that's been cooking for a little bit, and I did not make the same mistake I made before, and I want to make sure to make this clear. So I'm just going to read this. I had my admin wrote this up, and I think it's useful to just kind of read this out loud and kind of give you, it's not strictly a rule change, but it's more like a vibe change, if you will. So I'm just going to read it. Quick community rules update, because this shit has gotten way too normalized online. We're going to crack down hard on cross-server drama farming, hate watch behavior, and the weird, obsessive snark culture that keeps popping up around streamer communities. And to be super clear, criticism is fine. Disagreement is fine. Thinking Wick is wrong about something is fine. Arguing memes, pushback, calling me retarded, calling takes stupid. None of that is going to be against rules. What we are done tolerating, however, is escalation into nonstop bad faith shit stirring, making insane accusations with zero basis. And not just against me, against my homies. To be clear. Against the homies. So what does this mean? If you are calling people in dev's community pedophiles because of an album cover, I'm banning you. I'm just banning you right now. If you're making fun of Stardust's pet dying or being sick, no, you're not going to be able to fucking hate on my homies like that. I am going to protect them a little bit, okay? I'm going to have their back a little bit. So, yeah, Morale, if you're listening, we're banning you. You've engaged in this behavior. You're gone. Let me go to server settings. members. We're doing it live, gang. I told my admin team to hold off on this because I wanted to do it myself. We're going to ban you. Fuck off. Okay? You're coming after Dev? Coming after Stardust like that? And we're not talking like, I think Dev has bad takes and he's stupid. No, you're pedo-jacketing his community. No. I don't care. What are you going to do? Call the inconsistency police on me? Put me in handcuffs? What are you doing? No. My friends are not to be targeted like that. Disagree with them all you want. I will too. But if you start pedo-jacketing people, fuck off. If you start making fun of their dads dying or their divorce, Counterpoints is a homie, even though we probably disagree on a few things, and he's probably not really happy right now, but he's a homie. If you're out there obsessively making fun of his divorce, I'm gonna ban you. Right? If you're out there painting streamers as rapists, I'm gonna ban you. Right? What is the line? I don't have this is vibes, bro. Right? I don't have a strict line. This is like porn. We know it when we see it. And I trust my mods. And this goes for all sides. I want to say, this is a neutral rule. If you are in my server pedo-jacketing a snarker, you are going to be banned too. If you, like, we just don't do this, right? But I want to make sure that my homies know I got their back. And so if you're going after people's dead pets or their pet that are sick and you're going to make fun of them crying because they're sick or being worried because they're sick, no, that's inhuman behavior, bro. What are you doing? Fuck off, right? You're gone. Yeah, so if we catch you, just be warned. Some people have gotten, I'm reading this again, some people have gotten way too comfortable acting completely unhinged online because it's just streamer drama, and we're not interested in hosting that culture anymore. This especially applies to the increasingly weird behavior directed at Wick and people in this community. If you have criticisms, say it like a normal person. If your entire goal is to spread hate, farm outrage, or obsessively shit-talk people across servers, you're going to get removed. We want this place to stay opinionated, funny, argumentative, and chaotic in the normal way, not the miserable and the toxic way. Okay? Cool. We're good. Okay, let me read some of these super chats. And I think that's pretty much all I got for you guys. And we can do some call-ins if you guys want. Let's see. $10 from Gelatinous Rube says, you accused me of being a snarker to an open doxer and said nothing when its community threatened me specifically. You expect us to take your word when you supposedly evidence changed your mind. They threatened you? His community threatened you specifically? Did they threaten to dox you? Can you show me that? If you show me that, whoever did that, I'll ban them right now. DM it. DM me who threatened to dox you. And if they're in my server, I'll ban them. And if they're not, I will pass on the information to the people in DGG, and I'll do my best to get them banned. Yeah, so just DM me. DM me, and we will take care of it right now, Gelatinous Rube, right? We could do that. Yeah, if they are threatening you with doxing or something like that, something to that degree, like if they're threatening you by calling you retarded, I don't give a shit, okay? But yeah, you show me evidence, and I find it convincing that they have threatened you above and beyond the pale. And like I said, like porn, we're going to know it when we see it. Then yeah, I'll do my best to ban them from my community and get them banned from any community that DGG is part of. Cool. $2 from Airborne Kite. How did it get through the grapevine so quickly? Because people are little gremlins. And I'm assuming you're talking about Destiny's talking on stream about he was thinking of implementing a rule where he's going to ban communities that were connected to what's it called? Doobie. It's because people are little like gremlins. And also, yeah, it's a tactic of trying to drive a wedge. And they'll be like, You don't understand how many times I've gotten a DM or a private message saying, "Did you hear that Destiny was talking shit about you, bro?" And I don't know if it was from snarkers, right, or if it's just the general shit stirring behavior people do, but yeah. And I'll watch the clip they send or something. It's the mildest criticism ever, calling my take retarded. I don't I don't I don't give a shit if he thinks my takes are retarded. I don't understand. I think some of his takes are retarded. It's okay. Jesus. Okay. $10 from Upstate Trash to say, WhickW, I'm sending $10 of my money from a non-disability and unemployment source. Don't let these needs gaslight you. Well, thank you for that. I will take your money. 10 pounds from Riz What the Fuck to say, DGGL. Thank you, thank you. Tallybots, member for 3 months. Down with gay ops. Power to the Wickas. True. $10 more from Upstate Trash. WhickW, thank you. $100. Ooh, $100 from Paradox Frequency. Appreciate you, Wick. Well, I appreciate you too. $5 from Alishness to say, Wicking out, let's go. Parasocial, that's the only kind of social I know. Okay. $5 from Lawson Harrison to say, Wick, do you have a deceased sibling? I'm asking for a friend. $5 from What the Fuck Over to says DGGL. Upstate Trash, another $10. Wick W. $10 from the Raging Tomato, whose show I'm going to be on tomorrow. Okay. Saying, ooh, drama? What's the TLDR? Well, you should start from the beginning. And then Morally Neutral, 17-month member, Tier 1. 17 is my favorite number. Yay, membership. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. I do appreciate all your support. If you have questions, if you have concerns, if you have issues, my Discord's open. Boys and girls. I will send you the link. Jump on in. Accept the rules. And let's do it. In the chat. And I don't know which order you guys jumped in at, so we're going to do what we can, okay? Oh, yeah. Like, subscribe, all of that. $5 from Single Player Carl. Does this include users calling people like me, I'm not going to say that word, and other DevCordians and mutuals? Yeah, if they're calling you that, let me know, and we will ban whoever did that. Or moderate them at least. Jimberly6341, $5. Wick, what if I actually have Down syndrome? Will you ban if someone calls me retarded? I don't have Downs. I'm just trying to have Chinese eyes a little. If you, again, we're not going to let you guys weaponize my rules either, okay? I don't care if they call you, if they say you have Down syndrome. I don't give a shit. That's not what we're talking about. Are they calling you a rapist? Then we'll give a shit. If they're calling you a pedophile, then we give a shit. If they're calling you retarded, I don't care. Okay? Hello, you're live.
Shit, what's up, dude?
Oh, you know, living life.
Hold on, I gotta get away from the baby.
Okey doke.
Okay. Hey, how's it going, bud? Sorry, I missed the last 10 minutes you were talking about. Yeah, you were talking earlier about trying to get the psyche of some of these people.
I remember.
So I was curious. This is just something I wanted to run by you. How when there's a public figure that has kind of high moral status with people get like a Bill Cosby or like a Michael Jackson or Kevin Spacey, like somebody who people had high thoughts about,
Yeah.
be not so great. And there's people almost go through the stages of grief, right? When that happens.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if there's a reverse kind of psycho mechanic that goes on when somebody's kind of proven not to be the monster that a lot of people thought they might have been. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, kind of like a reverse stages where they at first they don't really believe it, and then eventually they get to accept that, oh, this guy wasn't the
Yeah.
Maybe. But I wouldn't say it was
I wonder.
reverse. It would just the same stages, but it would be modified to the conditions. They're not losing someone. What you're losing is a belief, right? What you're losing is an illusion. And sometimes that illusion can be important to you, especially if you made it part of your personality, like some people do in this space because
Yeah.
they're parasocial as fuck. And losing that kind of illusion that you had about another person can absolutely be the same as like fucking. It can affect you very strongly, and yeah, you can go through the kind of the stages of grief. I get it.
I'm sure there's an example of this in like some show or movies or something. I just can't think of one. But yeah. This would only apply to like the kind of normie, quote unquote normie people. Like if people that really liked the whoever we want to input Snarker name of Snarker, if they were like super big fans of them, then it would be like transfer over. Like, oh, this person actually is the one that sucks, not this other person.
Yeah.
But for a lot of people, I imagine they probably don't like, Destiny or this other group of people. So I'm wondering, like, this doesn't necessarily have to be related to the drama right now. It's just like,
Yeah.
where does that hatred just go away, or does it get transferred somewhere else? I don't know. I was
don't
just
know
curious
either,
about
man.
your thoughts on that.
It's something to think about. $50 from Weld QC John. They request a song, Mr. Red, White, and Blue by Coffee Anderson. In a moment of silence and remembrance of our fallen heroes, and a salute to our everyday heroes in our communities on the fire trucks, squad cars, and ambulances on this Memorial Day. Salute all. The song we'll get to it, but yeah, we can do about a minute of silence or so. I have no problem with that. How about you, Lawson? You ready for a minute of silence? We can just kind of let it lie.
Let's do it.
Okay. Yeah, Memorial Day. Gang, remember our fallen soldiers. Bad times.
Thank
Is
you
there
for your
anything else
service,
you
Wick.
got? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you for your service, both on and off the internet,
Thank
and
you.
appreciate you. And take it easy.
Hey, you too, brother. Always a pleasure. Good luck.
Later.
Hello, you're live. Okay, there we
My
go.
bad.
You
How you
got it?
doing?
You figured it out?
Mm-hmm. Um. How you doing?
I mean, look, it's still a lot, but this I got through a solo stream and it was scripted and I think it went rather well, but I don't know.
Well, I'll be upfront. I'm not a fan of yours,
That's fine.
and I do not like Destiny.
That's also fine.
And generally speaking, I am on the side of the quote unquote so-called snarkers. So I was listening to the stream. That part's not fine.
I mean, I don't know. It depends on what you mean, but fair. Like, if you're just a guy who thinks they're right, sure, it's fine. But if you're, like, one of the people who are involved in this, I don't know if it's fine, but, yeah.
Involved in what?
Well, if you're listening to the stream, the coordinated harassment campaign against me.
Against you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was listening. I took some notes.
Sure.
I don't know if I'll be able to get through all because I kind of took a lot, but we'll see. What do you mean when you say harassment campaign?
So they'll go paint me as a pedophile, say I rape women, say I assault, assault girls. Let's see. Will constantly contact anyone who's on my show, telling them not to go on my show. Who will take the worst faith interpretations of everything I say and do and make it in content. And again, like, also coordinate behind the scenes to do this. That's what I mean, right? And like I said, if you were watching the stream, you would know that sometimes legitimate behaviors can become illegitimate if they are coordinated, like driving in the car on the road. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you have 10 people driving the car and they're driving on the road and their purpose is to block someone in, they're all just driving, but it's not the same. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So I guess so. You gave like a long list of different types of activities
Yep.
that constitute a harassment campaign. I heard earlier in the stream you were saying that Queeman, um, uh, basically seriously levied an accusation that you were like molesting Genevieve and I think her name was Ginger Ramoth. Is that
Ginger
her name?
Ramoth, yes, it was
Yeah,
Schrodinger's jape,
yeah, yeah,
where he
yeah.
said it in a joking manner, but he was uh, trying to push it seriously. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I understand uh that that's your perspective on it. I guess the issue that I had with that part of the stream is that you said that it's Schrodinger's jape, right? And that there
Yes,
were
sir.
people who were seriously asking Ginger Ramoth if, she felt uncomfortable or something. Do you have any evidence that so I interpreted that clip that you showed, the 1 minute and 40-second clip, I interpreted that as a joke from Queeman. Maybe we just have a difference of opinion. Is there any other evidence of Queeman pushing forward this idea that you are like a molester or you make women feel uncomfortable?
What
Because
level of
it,
evidence
it,
would you
it
accept?
what level of
Yeah, sure. Do I need a DM from him saying, ha ha ha, I'm going to paint you out to be a molester of women, and I'm going to do it by directing my minions to do this directly? Do I need something like that? Because I don't have something like that. But if what you would accept as evidence is, as I showed on stream, Ginger Ramoth saying that people have consistently, over a course of years, come up to her and tried to make something out of this, right? That's being pushed by Queeman, and that Queeman's mod, Bug Squander, has not only gone to Ginger Ramoth about this, but to other women that I've had on the stream, such as Mantis, to try to get logs of me to paint this as, to paint me out as a creep, to stir up drama and things like that, then yes, I have that evidence. I showed part of it on stream. If you want the DMs from Mantis, Mantis has tweeted this out. Mantis has talked about it. She could probably tell you right now. Like, she can confirm this. Like, is that enough evidence for you?
I I remember you showing that Mantis said something like that. I don't remember you showing that Bug Squander approached Ginger Ramoth with that
It
specifically.
was in the
So
Queeman
no,
clip.
yeah, I don't remember the like Bug Squander going to Ginger Ramoth in particular. So I view what's her name, Mantis, as like a bad faith actor and like a liar. So no, that's not enough evidence for me. But we don't
Then
we
I
don't have
don't.
to agree
Then
on that.
see, this is how this works, man. This is the tactics I talked about. There's never going to be enough evidence for you. It's always going to be, if you just are on their side, you interpret it as a joke, and there's just never enough evidence to convince you otherwise. And I don't know how to help you, brother.
Well, I don't think that there would never be enough evidence. I just don't think that you saying that somebody who I regard as a liar saying that something happened is enough evidence. I don't think that that's enough evidence. And I don't think that would be enough evidence for anybody. Like, you would need something more concrete for you to change my opinion, because ultimately, like, I think that Destiny is a liar. I think that he runs a cult. And so any like the people who vociferously defend him, I think, are either liars or brainwashed. So you would need to show me something really hard hitting and concrete to reverse that idea in my head.
Sure, but I'm not out to reverse the idea in your head because, I'm gonna be real with you. Like I don't view you as an honest actor. If you that enough, like if evidence that a normal person would accept is not enough for you, I just like, okay, well, you can
Well,
believe what you like.
can
I'm
I,
not
can
out
I
here to convince you. I think my audience and the people who are neutral on this can see this evidence and decide for themselves, and I'm very confident in the conclusions that they're going to come to.
Well, hold
That make
up.
sense?
I'm not saying that there aren't people who are making this accusation of you. I'm not disputing that. I'm disputing that Queeman is seriously pushing that accusation forward. That's what I'm disputing. And you obviously have not shown enough evidence for that. These are tentative
This is
connections
my
that
audience.
you're
This is Schrodinger's jape, and this is how it's so effective. Is because you can say something as a joke, and as long as there's no direct DM of you uh, giving your audience marching orders, there will always be the defense of, oh, it was just a joke, bro. And it's like this. If I clipped you out of context right now, right, and I went around and I made a stream showing that you raped a 13-year-old boy, okay, and I said that Benny O is a child molester, and I have a out of context clip, just a one single segment of a whole conversation that you have evidence against, right? And then you come out with evidence against me that I clipped it out of context, and I said, I was just joking, bro. Would you believe me?
The tone in which you said it.
So as long as I say it in a joking tone, I can get away with it?
Yeah, sometimes people will say harsh things in a
Okay, yeah,
joking
okay.
tone. Well, hold up.
No. So as long as I call you a pedophile and I smile while I do it, bro, as long as I call you a pedophile and I laugh as I do so, I can. No, this is crazy. Real time evidence of what I'm saying is happening. Real time evidence. I predicted it. This motherfucker just coming up and proving me right in 4K. Real time. As long as I wink, wink, nudge, nudge, I could call you a pedophile and it's just a joke and it's okay. Damn. Okay, next caller. Hello.
Yo.
Hey, what you got?
So a couple things. I made some notes here because I don't think that it really got the proper amount of like addressing while we were,
Sure.
when it was in chat. So you never gave me the thoughts on Destiny being a woman's name.
Damn. Like, look, that's kind of the kill shot. And the reason I didn't address it is because I got no answer for you, bro. Like,
Oh, okay.
if I'm going to burn
valid.
the bridge, it's going to be because of that. Because we all know at WhickTV, we are misogynistic. Okay.
I feel you. The other one was, you've had Destiny on stream a couple times, but like you've never had Destiny 2 on, and like it's like it's getting sunset, man. Like it's been 10 years. Like
look, it's getting 10
like
to
there's
10
no
years
updates,
old,
bro.
then
Like
it's too old for me, bro. Okay. We're having
best
fun.
comment with the current climate, you know.
We're having fun because look, at this point, look, I'm free. I feel free because I know that they're going to do this anyway. So why not just have some fucking fun with it? Why not joke around? Why not have a good time?
They're gonna dive in on it.
Yeah.
But genuinely, I did just want to like come on and just say like, I've been like a panel viewer for a long time. Like I used to watch Hippy Dippy and I used to watch Prime a bunch. And Hippy Dippy was kind of like my go-to, and then whenever Dylan kind of backed off that, and I think were you on some of Dylan's in the past, like some of the later ones?
No, not really. Me and Dylan,
'Cause
didn't. We had a rocky start to our relationship.
Yeah,
I was not a fan of what he did with Prime Guy.
yeah.
I thought that was kind of snake behavior. And when he was
I
thinking of going
honestly
when
don't
he was
even
thinking of
know
going to
that.
Ukraine, I called him a war tourist. I've repented of
Oh,
that.
okay.
I was fucking
That's
wrong.
valid.
Okay, he is not. I want to make that clear. But we've made up. We're good. We're solid. I was wrong, and I admit it. And we're good. That's all.
Well, I mean, like, I might be one of the weird people, like, as a viewer in terms of, like, what I hold and don't hold certain creators to, because, like,
Sure.
I, like, unashamedly enjoy Hassan. I also enjoy Destiny. I also enjoy Vosh. I enjoy
like
Dylan.
what you like, bro.
Exactly.
Okay.
Like, I mean, I'm, like, very broad tent in terms of, like, what I consume and the creators that I follow in terms of, like, the politics space, because I think they all have something to offer. Which kind of goes into like the actual serious question that I was going to bring up. What do you think of the ways that you can like come together with people, to maybe you have certain creators or certain people who are going to be your allies in one cause but not another? An example that I can give for this is, are you aware of Majid Nawaz?
No.
Okay, so you should look him up. Interesting dude, has a crazy interesting autobiography. But like, you know, he's like in terms of some of his ideas, say like, you know, whenever the big COVID was, ransacking everything. Dude was like staunchly anti-vax, right? But he did a lot of he was doing work for like a de-radicalization organization that he started after being um uh an Islamist for a long time. Um and so it's just like really interesting to see that there are people who, like, one of his things was like, oh, we have to celebrate like core secular human rights values. So, he's okay with like, gay people and all the fun stuff there. But then, you can see that there's going to be some pushback on like the vaccine things, right?
Yeah. No, I get what
You
you're
know what
saying.
I
I get what
mean?
you're pushing here. I think this is this very hard needle to thread because it's context dependent. Like, what exactly are the takes I disagree with this guy, right? Like, he can agree with 99% of my takes, but if he also thinks it's okay to kill all the Jews,
Yeah.
oh well, okay. But if we
Yeah.
disagree on half our takes, right? If he only has half my takes, but the takes we disagree on are like fairly reasonable.
And like I've kind of been like chewing over the idea that it's sort of like almost like a gradient, right? Like the amount of weight that you would put behind someone and their position is only as strong, or like is you might be closer and closer with them the more and more of those takes that you agree with. So in the case of someone like, you know, say someone like Trump, like I'm also going to be straight up here, as I'm from the Soviet People's Republic of Canada.
Ooh.
And
Whoa.
and
I can tolerate Hassan viewers. But a
but
fucking Canadian?
Canadians?
But a
No, so
fucking
like
Canadian? What the fuck?
ad-
Okay.
admittedly, this is also a joke that I make. I'm like, listen, I'm a huge Trump supporter because Pierre Poilievre was about to win the election.
Jesus
Then Trump
Christ.
said that he
Okay,
wanted to
yeah.
make Canada the
Whatever, dude.
51st. He wanted to make Canada the 51st state, and then that caused Pierre to drop in the polls by about
Uh-huh.
40%, and so the Liberals
Okay.
won. Like,
Okay.
gotta give it to Trump on that one. He won the
Yeah.
election for the Liberals. So like, even for things like that, right? Like, even though that's more of a joke example, like, I would say, like, I'm definitely not gonna align myself with MAGA and being a Republican, but like, it's like,
Sure.
like, hey, did something good in that way, you know what I mean? Like,
Again, politics, here, to answer your question, and we got a bit of a line, so I'm going to have to let you go after I
yeah,
answer this,
yeah,
politics is the art of the possible. You can have an ally in certain instances, but it's important not to mistake them as friends. Does that make
yeah,
sense?
yeah,
Right? Like, just because you're working with someone on a specific policy does not make them your friend or even an ally outside of that, right?
yeah. I would
So,
say allegiance
yes,
in
I would
specific
absolutely
causes.
take the vote of someone who I disagree with on most things if we're aligned in a specific cause. Again, outside of, crazy shit.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's context dependent, so it's really hard to answer your question. But it's a needle you got to thread, and it's something you got to
yeah,
weigh, and people are going to come to different conclusions, and that's how it is. But thank you for calling in, dear sir, and I'm going to let you go, okay? I love
yeah. Have
you.
a great one.
Bye.
Enjoy. Love you. Have fun. Be safe.
Again, I don't know what order we're going in here, but we're trying. Hey, man, what's up?
How's it going, Wick? How are you? Are you holding up okay?
I've been better, but we're here, okay?
Yeah, some of the guys backstage we were talking, Destiny, Queen, and J-Stock, all those people deserve each other, but not you, and it's unfortunate that you got caught in the crossfires
Well,
here.
I'm glad that I'm one of the good ones, okay?
Well, I suppose that's a way of saying it. I just came on to offer my support because
Well, thank you.
I stir some shit in your Twitch chats, and I guess my only question for you was I was kind of hoping for some evidence, kind of, you know, of the doxing.
Well, the problem is I can't give you evidence of the doxing without doxing myself.
Right, I understand that, but
So you're just gonna have
I
to like, I mean, you gotta trust me or not trust me on this. But I've seen it. It's out there. Don't go looking for it, please. But yeah.
I believe you that you've seen it, but it's just I try to hold a universal standard of evidence for people I agree with and for people I don't agree with. For people I like and people I don't like. I try to be fair, and I don't know if it were ever to come out like as like a censored version, all the sensitive information
You really
censored.
the way this docs worked, yeah, can't. It's hard to like know it's me and not and have it censored. Does it make sense? Like, I could show you a block, right, that's redacted, but what does that prove?
I suppose. Okay.
Yeah, so it's not something I can show you without showing you the docs, and I'm not going to do that. So
I understand.
you can trust me and the other people who have said it was me, because it's obviously it's me. And look, they've admitted it too, right? Like the Snark server came out with a mea culpa, like, oops, we missed this docs when it first happened, and we just deleted it. It's okay now. No, it's not, man. You did this months ago, and you missed it. No, there's no way you didn't know that was a docs. I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for
I
calling
understand
in,
your
man.
frustration. That's all I have for you. Keep strong.
Will do.
Keep doing your thing. Take care.
Hello, you're live.
What up? What up?
Hi.
How you been, dog?
Been better.
I feel you. In the same boat. You poured one out yet for the troops?
You know what? We had a moment of silence earlier. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah, I saw that. No, I saw. I just think Memorial Day is not complete till you poured one out and then threw a few back.
Fair enough. I don't drink on stream though, so here we are.
No, obviously not. No. Yeah, just wanted to say all the snarker shit, and especially you getting caught in the crossfire of this like dumbass doxing war, kind of shitty. Especially some of the
Really shitty.
Yeah, especially a lot of the things they keep trying to accuse you of, even if they're trying to say it's just jokes.
Yeah, like I said on stream, the doxing is almost not even the worst of it, right? Like, cause the painting me as this terrible, like, it's insane, bro.
Especially when we all know you're truly just a rape lover.
I love rape, gang. I love it. I love to rape. Apparently.
The raping shall begin.
Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, like, raise your hand if you like rape. Ha! Just kidding. It doesn't matter if you like it or not. Okay, never mind. It's a joke. Okay. On that note, I'm gonna let you go. Okay.
All right, peace, dog.
$20 from Word of the Wise says, "Hey Wick, sorry the last week has been kind of shitty. Hope a small donut makes it a little better. Appreciate you and all you do. Much love. Ad brought and paid for by DGG Defense Trust Fund. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it." Okay. Let's bring in the next guy. Hey, you're live.
Oh, hello there. Wick, what's
Hello.
up?
Well, look who it is. What's up, brother?
I'm doing pretty good.
Cool. What you
Are
got?
you
Any
streaming?
questions about anything I said today? Any clarifications you'd like me to make?
No, I'm down for it. I am all about preservation of the community for the betterment of the streamer. I mean, if you're better and butter, you have to do what you gotta do. I'm fully with it.
Thank you.
Gotta say, I definitely enjoy the content.
Good. I'm glad.
It's like Smash Bros in a sense, where I see all my characters from like different properties just getting on stream and then just like hashing out good and bad ideas. I love it. And I
Look,
love
that's
when
what I
they
would
come
love to do.
together.
I don't want to do the drama bullshit all the time, right? I don't want to. It's not that fun for me. It takes a toll. But yeah, here we are.
Well, as I said my piece, I'll just head out. But hey, man,
Thanks, man.
keep up the good work. I support you. I love you, brother.
I do
Peace.
appreciate the support. I'll see you later. Riz, what the fuck, for 10 pounds. And sorry I missed it earlier. My mea culpa, I guess. I don't like calling in, but I'm curious. If your new approach will change who you invite to panels, your panel content, how you'll deal with live accusations in panels, etc. So dealing with live accusations in panels is very difficult because sometimes live accusations that are extreme are true. Like the doxing accusations, right? Those were extreme. But then he provided me evidence. I'm like, oh shit, it's true. As for who I invite to panels, I will tolerate more on my show than I will in my community. Let's say that. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. I will invite even really bad people into my show. I will content roll them so they can only come on my show. But yeah, even really, really bad people can come on my show, because sometimes they might be pertinent to the topic at hand and we need to discuss. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question. Let's put the next guy in. Hello.
I don't think.
Hi.
It is hot in Georgia, man.
I'm sure it is. It's hot in where I'm at too. So yeah.
I am. Got it. I got a little bit of time. Give me 1 second to move the stream. Get my thought out. It's doing one of those. Okay, got it. Okay, so how you doing? You look like an entirely new man today. Based on the callouts that you did inside your server the other day, you are radiating confidence, sir.
I made decisions. When it hit me, I had to process it, and I had to kind of think about what I wanted to do moving forward. And to be clear, look, I want to be clear to my audience, things may change as we go. If a policy I'm implementing isn't working, we will adjust it, okay, until it does work to its intended effect. And maybe this will escalate further, and I'll have to reconsider. But as of now, this is my stance. I've made a decision, and here we are.
Okay, good. Because the way that you were the first 2 days when this happened, the way you were the night it happened, made my heart hurt. Because I've been through it too. Any content creator who, when they get eventually here, gets this way, especially when it's like, I don't think this is your first time, but it's probably like, what the
It's
fuck?
the first time
All I
it was
do-
a focus, and
yeah.
yeah.
Like, it's like, what the fuck? I just talked to people on my stage. What did I do to make you mad? And when it happens, it's like, it's a whole thing. It certainly was for me. However, everything from there to now, you've been in my prayers a lot.
Thank you. I do appreciate it. Now, I want to be clear, like, and this is not just to you, but to everyone who's reached out, even people who were quote unquote snarkers, and a couple have, right? People who were on Team Snark have reached out and said, bro, what they did was not okay. We may have serious disagreements on a lot of things, but I'll remember that. I appreciate that. And yeah, like, I just want to be clear, like, even if you totally disagree with me on all these things, if you're not part of this harassment shit, right? And you reached out to me and you're like, man, then you know, I view you differently than the people who are behind this shit. Does that make sense? I don't know. But yeah. But no, I just wanted to say that. But thank you for including me in your prayers. I do appreciate that. It means a lot. Thank you.
You're welcome. So I had like only 3 questions. I already super chatted the one thing that I had specifically on my mind that's like, that should be addressed quickly, probably. Moderators can handle that. They can go back through the chat logs and see who did that. And somebody
like I
already
said,
asked me in
if
chat.
someone's calling you a slur in my community, let the moderators know. And if it's the moderators, let me know, and we'll handle it. I'll do it a little bit better when I got, like, we're getting back in the swing of things, right? Like, so
yeah,
we'll get back in the swing of things, and I'll start getting on my horse and riding again. But have a little patience as we make our adjustments and do these things. So I appreciate that.
Yeah. You already talked to me. This is not about that. And I'm gonna DM this to you because this was just said in your general chat just now, as I was walking in here. Just posted it to you. I didn't come in here to litigate that either. That literally just happened.
Look, I'll deal with this. I'll deal with this, and
yeah, I know. I'm just letting you know because it literally just happened, and somebody told me, Carl, this is happening right now. Look, but anyways, okay. So the first question I had was, when you addressed this affects people who are mutuals, people who are creators, people who are crossover communities. Is there a barometer that you set? Is there a threshold, or does blanket mean blanket protection?
What do you mean?
I'll give you an example. Let's take Hutch, for example. Hutch is like a 6-figure streamer. He's like 150k views, or 150k subs away from being 1 million.
Sure.
If Hutch comes to you with evidence of things happening, does his report of the thing matter more than a person who's
okay.
just yeah.
So first of all, Hutches specifically would, but not because of his fucking subs. It's because I trust the guy, right? If someone who has 10 viewers comes to me with evidence and the evidence is compelling and I trust them, I will take that more than someone who has 100,000 viewers and I don't trust them at all. The view count does not matter. It's the relationship I have with that person that matters. Does that make sense?
Yes, 100%. I'm pretty sure that's what you meant. I just wanted to get clarification. Mainly it was some DevCord members, because you probably already aware some DevCord members experienced some things, and they're trying to keep it hush-hush until you make time available for it. But one of those concerns was alleviated because comments were made.
Okay,
But
I will
fine.
deal with that. Like I said, moderation decisions of what's happening in my VCs or my Discord. We'll get to that. Give my moderators some grace while we're having house cleaning and making some changes and things like that, and just have some patience. That's all I ask, man. Cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Second question.
Oh, we got one more question, then we do have to move.
This one. Yeah. The other question. I learned the other day that GGG apparently has a server environment that they designed as like gladiatorial combat. You don't consider the difference between your upper stage and your lower stage to have different contextual rules outside of the ones you already have posted in your Google form.
I mean, I don't know. I let my moderators deal with all that. If they think that's helpful, fair. Like, if they don't, that's also fair, right? We have different, like, we have like a small room where people who don't want to be part of the huge crowds sometimes get in here can go, right? We have like things like that, but no, there's no like specific slur room, if that's what you're asking.
No, I asked that because the context for question one is that from the viewpoint from the viewpoint of a normal user, people would engage in the server differently, as if they were a content creator. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Sure.
So people would want to make sure to follow your rules so that they don't get, for example, prevented from being a part of your content. Yeah. It'd be completely fine for a person to disengage from like the regular goings on in the community.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, if you're worried that being part of my community is going to affect your ability to come on my show, then just don't be a part of my community and just come on my show. Good.
No, not myself.
Certainly no, I'm talking in general.
In general. Because that's like one of the first things that I thought of when you were describing having people come to you about things. The fear being that if they're targeting your friends, and they're targeting you, and they're targeting Destiny, and they're targeting the liberals, and they're targeting whomever who just doesn't pick a side, then obviously the next logical step is they're going to start targeting the guests, right?
Well, they're already targeting people who are co-hosting on my show, right? This is already happening. I didn't know it was happening, but it absolutely is. I had to, like I said earlier, I had to warn my mod team, like, bro, I don't know if you're going to be a target, but you might be. This is something that they have. The way that they have engaged has shown that they don't really have a lot of limiting principles here. Or it's not clear what those limiting principles are. So, again, I don't have all the pieces of the puzzle here, so I don't know. But the fact that they have targeted people who have been co-hosts on my show or guests on my show means that it's possible that they're going to target more, and it's possible that they're going to target people who are connected to me and my mod team. And so with that, I have to give the warning, right? I have to give the heads up. If you're on a show with me, you might become a target of these mentally ill, crazy people.
Yeah, because they've already started calling it my DMs.
Yeah.
Led by Morano, nonetheless. But you already handled that live on air, so I don't even gotta go there.
Well, I'm just not gonna target. I'm not gonna tolerate bad actors that are calling me and people around me rapists and pedophiles and community members of people who are my buddies like Dev. Pedophiles. This is not going to happen. I'm gonna remove you. I don't care what Dev thinks about it. This is my decision, not his. I don't want you in my space. You're a shit stir. You're a shit flinger. There's no value to you. So we're just gonna let you go. Anyway, thanks for calling in. I gotta let you go now. And thank you for keeping me in your prayers. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Welcome. Goodbye.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, what you got?
I don't have a specific question for you. I'm just here to give my support and commiserate with you a bit, if that's all right. Um, yeah. Yeah, so I gotta say, this new rule that you're setting about like just kicking out the arses that
The arsonists, to be clear. You
the
can be an asshole,
arsonists,
but there's a difference
yeah,
between an asshole and pedojacketing
arsonist
everyone,
is
right?
yeah, that's a good word,
An
arsonist for this.
arsonist.
Yeah.
They're here to burn shit down.
hmm Yeah, I love that rule. Thank you for making that
You're
rule.
welcome.
Yeah,
It's
that
gonna
is
look,
going to.
and please have patience with us in its
Yep.
implementation. There's gonna be mistakes. There might be changes in how this goes, right? We're gonna see what's working, what's doesn't. This is new, so please just kind of give us some grace as we go. I'd appreciate that, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No, yeah, I have high hopes that this is going to help cool some temperatures down. So yeah. So I'm looking forward to that. And I just want to say, like, I've been watching you since like freaking I think 2021, like back in the old Prime Kai days and
I
all that
remember.
fun jazz. Yep.
You're an OG, okay?
Yeah. And like all this bullshit, man, like you're the last person to deserve it. You're just the last.
Bro, I won't call Destiny a rapist, and so I guess
Yeah.
fair game. So
Well, I mean, look, fuck those people. Just straight
We're
up fuck
doing
them.
that. This is the
Yep.
plan.
Yep.
That's
I
the
love it.
plan, brother.
I love it. It's gonna be great.
Well, thank you
Yeah.
for the support. I really do mean this. Thank you. I know you
Yes.
don't agree with all the rules I do and all the stances I take. We fought before, right? You've disagreed with the rule
Yep.
changes before, but I appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you go. Okay.
I do
Okay,
have one really quick question.
One question. Go ahead.
Who's your favorite Transformer?
Optimus Prime. I don't really have one, but that's the only one I could think of top of my head. Majin, my man. What's up, brother?
Hey, what up, baby? Hold on, let me mute the stream real quick.
Take your time.
You know, you had cut me off. I was about to get on KO Dave for all that glaze, bro.
I love it.
That
I'm
shit was
just
crazy.
bathing in it right now. It's like I'm my skin's moisturized. Okay, here we are.
It is what it is. So there was one part of that. You know, I agree. You know, protect your sanity, protect your bottom line. You know what I'm saying? This is your income. I've been saying this for days on end. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? The one thing that I am worried about, though, is that we do have some friends, some mutual friends, right, that do have very stark opinions about certain people, right? Shit, you could say that about me and Destiny, right?
I know.
Another one that's actively going on right now is Gibbs and Connor, right? Now there's no good guys on either one of these sides. You know what I'm saying? Connor said what he said about Gibbs on the Prime panel.
Hold on, Gibbs. As I understand it, neither of them have pedojacketed the other, have they?
Nah, but they you said, wishing the downfall of each other.
No, okay. Well, look, this is vibe thing. Like, I don't care if two people in my community have a beef or have serious criticisms. I'm talking about like arsonists, right?
Got you.
And I can't give you a specific line here because it's hard to give you a specific line. I can't tell you where the head begins and the neck ends, right? But we will know it when we see it. And if one of them starts calling the other a rapist, right, or something like that, then we're out of here. Like this change is more of like this won't change a lot, right? Because we tend to do that. If like someone comes in my chat and starts pedojacketing everyone, we tend to get rid of them, right? But this is just codifying it a little bit and let everyone know. Like, so yeah, if Gibbs and Connor want to fucking yell at each other and call each other retarded the whole time and fake,
it's getting personal, but I feel like that's their business. That's their problem.
Yeah, that's them.
You know what I'm saying? That's the okay. That was my biggest concern because I love both of them.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
So like I said, like we're gonna mess with it. We're gonna do different things with it. But that's the intention isn't to stop beef. The intention is to
Gotcha.
stop arsonists, and we will make the changes.
And fucking with your bottom line ultimately. You know
Well,
what I'm
not
saying?
only that, but with my friends, right? Stardust
Yeah.
is one of the few people who's given me a fucking start in this space, right? Like, she had me on when I
Feel
had
that.
2 viewers, okay?
Respect that. That's what I'd say about you. You know what I'm
You
saying?
come after her, you come after me, bro. Like, and I'm not talking saying she says a lot or thinking she's ugly or stupid, but if you're sending her fucking dead cow heads, because you think you're gonna fucking fuck with her like that, if you are like, calling her, like, if you're calling for her to be raped, or thinking
that's pretty
that,
intense.
then we got an issue, okay?
Yeah.
And
But like I said, there's been some bad things said between them two. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
hey,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I was just making sure that it wasn't like we're ousting people like that who fuck with you. Gibbs loves you. And vice versa and stuff like
Yeah.
that. I will always defend. Just like how I said, the worst thing in this situation is that between the whole thing that happened a couple days ago with the Doobie situation
Yeah.
is that I have to deal with both of you guys being two of my friends, and I can't pick a side. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not
Which are both
asking.
my
To be
boys.
clear, I am not asking you. You can remain friends with whoever you like, even if they hate me. I'm just not gonna tolerate certain behaviors in my space. And yeah, so yeah.
Okay.
But
All
yeah,
right, well, that's it, buddy.
We'll still be buddies. Yeah, always a pleasure, man. Thanks for calling in, and I'll talk
Actually,
to you later.
man. All right, talk to you
The
later.
Dark Angels suck. Okay. Well, anyway, he left before I got to say it. Here we are. Hello.
Hey.
Hi.
Hold on. Let me turn on my cam. Can you see me?
I can. What's up?
Oh. Yeah, so you seem to be going through a revelation of sorts about the Snarkers, so I just wanted to check in because I've been talking about this for 3 years at this point. So yeah, just kind of want to talk to you about all this stuff, I guess, a casual talk.
Did you watch my presentation? Did you watch my stream at all? Did you see what I said?
I have heard what you said.
Okay. Cool.
And I've seen your tweets and I've seen your Reddit post. Is that enough?
It's close enough for government work. What did you have an issue with, or what did you want to add on to, or anything like that? Yeah.
No, I was actually pretty surprised that you nailed down a lot of things pretty clearly. I also noticed that one of the points that you brought up about the Mod and Bailey, okay, that I'm pretty sure that came from me, I think. Yeah, like the Mod and Bailey stuff.
Are you talking about that?
Who? Schrodinger's what?
Jape or jest? It's the just jokes until it's not just jokes. Are you talking about that, or what do you mean by the Mod and Bailey?
The Mod and Bailey is well, you know how the analogy works, right? Like the mod, I'm pretty sure the mod in medieval times is like the defensive, whatever.
Yeah.
So whenever they're getting pushback, so they're saying like, oh my god, Wick is a PDF as a joke. They're like, oh my god, Wick is a PDF, Wick is a PDF, right? So then they're serious about it, and you'll notice that they're also making like moral arguments about it as well. Like, it's like, how is it a joke if you're making moral arguments about it, right? Like, it makes no sense.
We just call this different things, but yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Get what you're saying. Yeah.
But they also make sure that the way that they commentate about things is like half joking. They make sure that their tone of voice is like half joking. Like it is a very purposeful thing.
Yeah, like I told the guy earlier, right? And because he was bringing to me, he's like, "Well, I think they were just joking," and I was like, "Would you be okay with me making a stream where I selectively edited clips, selectively edited logs, and said that you raped a 13-year-old boy?" And he's like, "Well, no, or yes, if it was just a joke." And I asked him, "Well, how could you tell it was just a joke?" "Well, if it was by your tone." I reject the notion that I can call someone a rapist, but if I do it with a smile and a ha-ha, that's okay. Like, that I can call you a rapist as long as like, ha, you're a rapist, haha. No, you can't do that. Fuck that. No, we're not allowing that here.
Yeah, basically they do that, but then the moment that you give them pushback, then they'll say, "Oh yeah, it's all just jokes," right? But the moment that it's successful, they'll just like clip everything.
Of course.
They'll like dig their heels in. They'll like keep on going at it, right? It is unhinged. But can I just say, okay, I have nothing against you for what I'm about to bring up at this point, okay? Because I don't really blame anybody for falling for their tactics years ago, okay? And at this point, it's been so long, I don't really care anymore. But do you remember when all the oh god, I really don't like bring this up, but like but it is relevant. It is relevant. Okay, it is relevant. Okay, but the do you remember the lolly shit back then? Like the lolly
have
shit.
some recollection of that.
Okay. So, did you know that that was being spread around really maliciously by also the anti-hands?
That does now bear something that
Yeah.
we're gonna look at.
By the way,
But
by
I
the way,
don't
the
like.
people.
I just want to be clear.
Sure, sure,
I
sure,
can't
sure.
litigate that right now because I'm.
No, 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 no.
that's
I'm no,
something
no. I'm
that
not
I can't-
litigating
I
the
don't
material.
have the
No, no, no,
mental
no, no, no.
bandwidth, okay?
I'm not. I'm not. No, no. I'm not litigating the actual like
Yep,
source material
yep,
or
yep.
anything like that. Okay. All I'm trying to say is that like basically, they want to find maybe like one point where they find something suspicious, right? Do you remember when they were posting the picture of your hand on someone's thigh? Do you remember that?
Yes, we brought
Exactly.
that up
So like
today.
obvious. So if they show it to any like normal person, I guess they'll be like, "Oh my god, that looks a little sus," right? But obviously, you posted the logs of like basically vindicating you, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, it was kind of like that with me, right? The point is that like if you actually try to find the names from back then, if you ever have the time or whatever the fuck, if you find the names back then, you'll actually see that the same names are popping up, like as well. Like it is literally the same names. In fact, if anything, do you know the lore behind Queenman?
What do you mean the lore behind Queenman? I know Queenman's been after me for years. Okay, we are not friends.
Yeah.
He's engaged
Mhm.
in what I would consider harassment against me for years, and also Stardust. To be clear, I have my issues with Queenman. Here,
Mhm.
at the end of the day, and I'll just say this: what you saying, in the light
Mhm.
of new information, makes sense, and I promise you, we will take a look at it again with fresh eyes, bearing that in mind. I cannot
No,
promise you
I don't care
we're
about that
going to
anymore.
come to
I
the
don't want to cover that
conclusion
anymore.
that
I
you're
just don't.
innocent, okay?
No, I don't want to look. I don't even want to look at that anymore. Like in general, but
Okay,
like if
I'm
you want
just
to go
saying,
over
I
that,
don't
you
know.
can
And I'm
just
not
you
gonna
can do
make
it on your own
any
time.
calls
Yeah.
right now. I can't do that live on air. That would be dishonest for me to do live on air. I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
can't. So.
I mean, dude, all that stuff at this point, if someone says, "Oh yeah, I'm guilty of this, I'm guilty of that," I just don't care anymore. Like at this point, it's kind of like that. Like for me at this point. But yeah. But anyway, the point is like I don't know. They typically like. Have you seen the way that they try to generate like attention for like a specific issue or something? Like
Boosting each
basically,
other,
they'll
yes.
create like a
Narrative
exactly
laundering,
like
yes. Mm-hmm.
yeah, like for narrative. Where'd you even get these terms?
So
but
if you watch my stream, I go through every single one of the tactics they use in detail, and I name the tactics and I demonstrate the tactics. I'll send you a list if you like a bullet point list. But
oh sure,
it's very
but I have
effective.
my own vocabulary for this stuff.
Okay,
but yeah,
sure, right, but
okay.
Oh, can I get
All right,
just real quick
yeah,
$100? Thank you. From WS Matter to say people who want to sincerely discuss ideas don't feel the need to keep a battery of unrelated personal details about everyone who is part of the discussion. This fact is exploited by low roaders. Lefty amenable example, Ralph Nader while he spearheaded transit reform. Thank you for the $100. Is there anything else that you wanted to talk to me about today, Food Chops?
No, not really. I just wanted to pop in. I just want to say that like you know, we haven't been the most friendly with one another, okay? And I have made fun of you like a snarker have, okay?
But look, no,
and
hold on. I don't, at least I'm not aware. You've not called me a rapist.
No, I have not.
You've not called me a
Like,
pedophile.
No, I have
You've not, like, so there, you haven't made fun of me like one of these snarkers. I just want to make that distinction to the audience clear. We might even have beef. I may not even like you, but you are not, or at least not to my knowledge, someone who is engaged in the tactics that they have against me. So you are not going to be held to the, I'm not going to treat you as the same. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, one thing I will say is that like I was a part of their crowd back then. Like yeah, like obviously you know there is an origin story here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I totally get it. There's not really much else for me to say. But in the interest of like a mutual enemy or whatever the fuck, yeah, I'm willing to form more of an alliance. Obviously, we're not friends. I don't even know we're gonna be friendly, but like in my opinion, like it's not
Look,
like
I
I
don't
don't know.
have
There's
a
a mutual
beef with
enemy
you
here
right
and
now,
whatever.
and
No, I don't have one either.
yeah,
It's fine.
so we're fine.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling in, man. Or food drops, I
Okay.
should say. Okay, talk to you
All
later.
right. Bye. All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
I can't. A question for another day, gang. Okay? Bigger fish to fry at this point in time. Okay? Yeah. Let's bring on the next contestant. Hello, you're live. Hello, you're live. Well, you're not muted. You there, buddy? I'll get on. You got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Hello, you're live.
Hello, you're live. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, mute your stream though, because I can hear my echo.
Oh, sorry. Thank
You're
you.
good.
Sorry, I don't use Discord much.
You're fine. Take your time.
Okay. Long before I pay attention to the political space, I was pretty deep in the drama community until actually, I literally started watching all political space because you guys have drama. But the reason I mention this is I think Destiny's got one thing very wrong when talking about the Snarker Discord.
Okay.
This is not exclusive to left wing circles. This one happens to lean heavier left, but it's not unique.
Oh,
And
I 100% agree, right? Like they didn't
even
invent
people
this, right? It obviously happens in other spaces.
I know should know better, like Willie Mac. I've seen fall for this. Of don't mistake any of these people for political actors, for starters.
Sure.
But the other thing is and I want to reinforce your point of the money in this game. Are you familiar with the Ackman versus Quantum TV drama?
No, I do not.
This is pre-COVID.
Okay.
We had mammoths and everything back then in America. But I'll summarize it very quick because this I think should be everything that you need to know about these people. Quantum TV is a TV calibration specialist on YouTube. This is an extremely small niche. I think he had well under 10,000 subscribers at the time. Okay. He had one of these Discords. His entire channel was kept afloat by donations through this Discord because people would literally pay him just to use it for gay ops.
Oh shit. Okay.
People were really confused because he's an astounding, and the only reason he ever got caught is just because he's also kind of a schizo. So he started picking some fights, end up with the Ackman. Ackman's a big guy, so kind of word got around, and it's a whole drama. Yeah, actually, I believe Willie Mac still has this video up on it if anyone is curious. But the point being is if you have one of these servers and you can kind of keep it's a doxing server under wraps, these communities will start interacting with them just to have access to schizos who may leak them things.
Yes. It's a cross pollination of communities, right?
Yep.
Where they will.
And you said you mentioned I believe just the previous caller. Sorry, the one before Food Shops. Who let me remind you, I would like to inform Food Shops. I sent her these links and she refused to watch them, and then complained that she didn't have content. That's her fault.
Fair. I don't
just
usually do React content, to be clear. I just want to remind everyone, this kind of plays into the plausible deniability, right? You don't have to give the order, but if you're rewarding this behavior, your community members will engage with it in order to be rewarded.
And that is exactly what I was about to loop back to. You said they don't have a guiding principle. No, they do. It's the one you just stated. Don't link it back to the man who owns the server. Don't link it back to the creator who
Keep the hands
hosts.
Clean. Yeah.
Always 1 degree of separation minimum.
And this is why I'll remind you guys of the list of questions that I said you should ask yourself in these situations, right? Who named the targets? Who framed them as deserving? Who supplied the narrative? Who boosted the attackers? Who rewarded the escalation? Who laughed when lines were crossed? Who protected the people involved? Who minimized it afterwards? And who benefited from it? Like, you don't have to directly say, do this. In fact, you probably won't if they're smart. There'll be no record in private DMs or otherwise. It'll just be something that is incentivized, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the other things where a lot of these more the researchers, as they call them, are some of the more unhinged and unemployed individuals, like people who who lost 3 jobs, went to the unemployment office and told they're overqualified. That kind of unemployment.
Absolutely.
So yeah, there's a lot of disposable assets like that, and I think it's important when talking to remember that head pats is enough for some of these people, or occasionally handing them I know apparently this is a big thing now is that people you know how you have tokens for AI use. A lot of them will pay the reward the people in the server who are doing the most schizo stuff with tokens,
or just keep them around. Like one of the people, there's been people that have been around for years in these spaces where everyone's
aware. I know most of these people. I can't wait for the manifesto.
Me too.
I want to know.
The names will be named, and we'll get them.
Right? Nicholas DiOrio kicked you out of a Discord in 2018. I remember this guy. Because if you don't know, Nick, and the nicer part of the commentary community, I would around Tommy C and I'd say Willie Mack and put Turkey Tom in there. Their big thing was no gay ops, because we just don't want to deal with these people.
It makes everything worse.
It hurts your credibility, and it brings hassle. As opposed to people like Queeman, who, well, it doesn't matter. He'll just cover the hassle. As long as it can't be directly linked back to him, he's happy to see his ops burn, as long as it's still more content.
Yep. We went over that, and thank you for confirming it. And this is something that you'll see it once people point it out. You'll see it, right?
You'll see his pattern everywhere.
Obvious. Okay.
Ethan Ralph, that was another big one. He was one of the I believe that might have been the largest case of one of these, what we would now call a Snark server, before this. And then by that I mean, once again, not the actual Discord where people are just making jokes. I mean the side Discord that probably has a specific, unique invites, only trusted people, and sometimes doxes show up. We catch it sometimes we don't. Mods can't be everywhere. I remember Ethan Ralph. I believe that was one of his first big scandals. Is when that got blown out. Anyway, I'll let the next caller have my time. Love you, Wick.
Hey,
love the work you do.
Bye-bye.
See you next time.
Benny, you already had your chance, but let's bring you on again one more time. One more time. It's going to be quick, though, because I'm tired, and we're going to wrap up soon, okay? Maybe. You're muted on your end, buddy.
Hey, yeah, I had more things to go over. I don't think we're gonna agree on the last thing that we were talking about, so
sure,
maybe we could just
next
move on
one.
to something. Yeah, so you recently changed your rules of your Discord.
My rules of engagement, yes.
Yeah. It's kind of some weak sauce shit for you to change the rule, right? And then ban somebody for conduct that they were engaging in before the rule change.
You know what? Here's what I want you to do. I want you to call the consistency police. Okay? They're going to arrest me. They're going to handcuff me. They're going to tie me up. They're going to be thrown in the back of the van. I don't give a shit if it's consistent, right?
Okay.
I changed the rule. This guy is calling friends of mine, their communities, pedophiles over nothing. They're making fun of Stardust's birds who are sick. No, fuck off. I don't care if you did it before the rule change. Nope. Do not care. I don't care if it's consistent. Call the consistency police on me. Go ahead.
Okay, so you say that you don't care about the fact that you're being inconsistent, but one of the things that you were talking about in your presentation, you were talking about how a lot of these snarkers, they are inconsistent in the rules that they try to apply to others, where they will hold other people to a standard, and then when it comes to themselves, they won't live by that standard themselves. And you're calling out the hypocrisy and the inconsistency in that. How do you square that away? You are brazenly,
context
defiantly
matters in these things. I don't care. Look, if all you're doing is sometimes you're inconsistent, that's not the issue I'm having, right? The issue I'm having is that it's in service to a pattern of behavior that facilitates and directs harassment and, in the worst cases, doxing. So if you're just inconsistent in a debate, what the fuck ever, right? Like, it's in the context. Like I said, one of my core points here is how sometimes legitimate acts or things can become illegitimate depending on the context it happens in. Like, it's okay to light a match to light a candle or whatever, but if you light a match next to a gas leak, it's much, much different. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think that's a reasonable enough explanation, I suppose. But I still just disagree with making a rule change and then banning somebody for somebody.
If there is nothing wrong with disagreeing with my actions and things like that's okay. That's fine. You aren't going to get moderated.
Oh, do you have time for one more?
Yeah, one more.
Okay, so you claim that you are not selling out by making these rule changes in your Discord, and
Yep.
that you know, okay, yeah, you claim that you were not selling out, but immediately after you said I'm on DGG side, give me the badge or give me the patch or something like that, you immediately got like $200 in donations.
Sure.
I think it's obvious to anybody that staying in Destiny's good graces gives you access to his community, gives you access to the people who donate. It increases your viewership. So I think it's kind of difficult for any reasonable person to believe that burning a bridge with Destiny is going to make you more money in the long
can I
run
ask you a
than
question?
maintaining a bridge with Destiny.
Sure.
Especially because especially because during that part of the segment, in fact, earlier in the segment, I think you said something like, Destiny has helped me out in so many ways. He's given me content. I'm a boring person. So like if you're a boring person and Destiny is giving you content, doesn't it make sense that the most financially beneficial decision you can make is to stay in Destiny's good graces?
Well, no, not necessarily, because we have to compare it to the other options that I have. And would I make more money by taking those other options or less money, or more clout, more social standing by taking the other option or more? Let me ask you a question. I think we can demonstrate this really, really easily. Like normally, under normal circumstances, me and Counterpoints have very similar viewing numbers. We are on par. On general, we get 50 to 150 viewers around generally. When Counterpoints burned his bridge, like right now in chat, and I'm looking at it, I have about 382 viewers, okay? This is more because I think Food Chops rated me. Thank you if you rated me, Food Chops, right? Before it was like 280, right? But it's around there. Counterpoints, when he burned his bridge, had thousands.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, maybe I get a boost from Destiny on this. Maybe I get a little money from this, but I got to compare it. How much would I get if I sat here and disavowed him and started going in, calling him a rapist, calling him all these things, calling him a sex pest, litigating all his sexual drama and things like that? Would I make more money or would I make less? And it's a hard calculation. There's no like, I can't bring out a calculator and show you for sure, right? But I'm just telling you, like, the social incentives and pressures in this space tend to incentivize you to disavow Destiny. And the Snark server is designed to increase that incentive.
Well,
it just is.
Let me respond to that point
Go
real
ahead.
quick, and if you want to call it there, then we can call it. After you made that point about making more money if you were a snarker as opposed to being loyal to DGG. And look, I'm not trying to be a snarker when I do this. I don't really know what people mean when they say this, but I went to your channel to look at your past live, your past YouTube lives, and consistently it was like 5 to 10 times more viewers anytime Destiny was just on. It like for some streams it would be less than 1,000 views. For streams where Destiny was on, it would be at least 10,000, and for streams where there was Destiny drama, there would be at least 20,000. So like consistently being able to bring Destiny on as opposed to Counterpoints who can no longer do that is like it not even a question. It's way more profitable. And again, like maybe you
I don't.
you
Well,
might
hold
go,
on. When you say profitable, right? Most of my money comes from super chats directly, and I know you don't have access to that data, But and so I understand that you may not believe me when I say this. The most money I've ever made has been on, it was soy pill versus Tally. Destiny wasn't brought up. Destiny wasn't a subject. It was like a fucking red pill debate. I made almost $2,000 that night. Destiny will sometimes get me more money than normal, but sometimes he gets me. Like the last time I had Destiny on before the Snarker blow up, when it was just him versus Sid, or him who was talking to Sid, I made $50 that night, right? And other like just streams where I have like 1,000 views, I may make $500 in super chats during those streams. So the view counts to what I'm actually making, it's deceptive. Don't believe that. My money, my primary income, does not come from ad revenue. It comes from direct donations, right? And when you have streamers who no longer donate to me because I have Destiny on and won't donate to me when I have Destiny on, and have specifically told me, that's my primary income. So yeah, obviously I do get benefit from having Destiny on. I'm not going to deny that. That's just true. But the question isn't, do I benefit from this? It's, would I benefit more if I sided with the Snarkers? And that's not a cut and dry thing. It's just not.
Okay. That's. I mean,
yeah.
That's. I disagree again, but
sure, yeah. Like I said, you're never going to be
reasonable
moderated for
minds can
simply
disagree.
disagreeing. If you start calling me a rapist or a pedophile, then we're going to have different conversations, right? But yeah. So.
Okay, that's it, or.
Okay, I'll talk to you later, buddy. Have a great
All right,
day.
peace out.
Hello. Yo, your volume is nothing. I can't hear a word you're saying here.
Can you hear me?
Okay, there you are, buddy. What's up?
Not much. Just wanted to say, love the stream. Thought you did a great job laying out your argument. Can't wait to rewatch it tomorrow at work. And all this stuff is incredibly cringe and stupid. And these people need either jobs or girlfriends or maybe both.
Okay. I agree. I hope they find the help that they need. Yes.
That being said, Zodia said I had to swear at say the hard R at least 5 times while you were on stream. So, hard R, hard R, hard R.
Wicker. Okay, I'll talk to you later.
Yep, my Wicker.
See you later.
All right, have a good night.
Beautiful, ladies and gentlemen, beautiful. Hello.
Hey, how you doing, Wick?
Oh, we've been better, but we're here. What's up, brother?
Actually, I just want to ask you. I didn't get to catch most of the stream today. Recovering from surgery and just dealing with the kids and stuff.
Oh, I hope you're okay, man. I hope everything goes
Yeah. No. It was all good stuff. It was minor. I actually haven't been online a lot. Mainly because I deleted Twitter and everything, and I used to like following all that. But all the
actually, bro. Hallelujah, getting away from social media, that's probably good for you. It's probably bad for my bottom line, to be clear. But it's probably good for you, right? Like,
once they started like subpoenaing Reddit and stuff, I was like, all right, I have a government job. You know, when the government started doing all that shit, I was like, I'm saying some wild shit out here. I need to get offline before I lose my security clearance. But actually, I want to ask you, I've been recently like listening to this drama, and how mindfucky is it? Like the level of coordination. Like I think like that. I think like going forward, how every time you get like a chat where someone's saying something like negative about someone else, are you gonna be like, is this a fucking snarker or like?
That's the thing that I'm gonna have to like guard against, is overseeing this. But it was so wild, like the puzzle pieces falling into place where suddenly a lot of things made a lot more sense. Right? This is something I've suspected happening for a little bit, right? I suspected there was some levels of kind of coordination going on. I did not realize the extent of it. I was shook when I saw what I saw. I was shook. And as more evidence has been shown to me and I've seen more things, I have like, wow, it goes beyond a level. And I'm not even talking about the doxing, right? I'm setting that aside, right? The level of mental illness that it would take to do this. is insane. And it's fucking terrifying. It's scary. It scared me. I'm like, why are they? They're willing.
It's kind of one of those things because you can't imagine another grown adult with like a life having the ability to dedicate this much time and effort into something like that. Like I can't comprehend that. So when I hear about like a Discord of 100 people corresponding and like targeting people and going in and doing like I think it was Hutch was talking about it, because my favorite streamers I like them because they're bad streamers, and it's Kyla and Hutch. And I feel like once you get good at,
they're bad streamers.
yes, because once you get good at streaming, it means you're too online.
Fair.
You know,
Fair.
them Kyla being incapable of streaming consistently is because she's touching grass. So I like her more for that. And Hutch, he does have like a look. I'm just playing video games. I don't care if
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, for a while he wasn't, but like he'll still sometimes be like, "Hey, I know you guys want to do politics, but we're just gonna play games today." And like his content's kind of all over the place.
Okay.
His ADHD, his side quests, so they just feel normal. But like the people we're talking about are like they were in Hutch being like DGGers, convincing Hutch that like Hutch was saying all this stuff about DGG.
I would be, and I don't know this. This is just a speculation. I'm just wild speculation here.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if most of the people that are in these spaces that we're talking about, the snarker spaces, don't have some form of mental illness, serious mental or social disability. Because that's crazy. They're crazy. Thank you for the 5 gifted WhickTV memberships from IDSO1BR. Appreciate you. And thank you, the Trib1, for 10 WhickTV gifted memberships. I appreciate you.
Giving moods. But yeah, it's just I don't know. I just kind of like I feel like that's something that like, and I think Destiny's kind of talked about this a little bit. How it's kind of like mind fucky, the level of like you sound crazy when you try talking about this to people, when you're like no, you don't understand this person.
Okay, I want to make a prediction. I'm going to make a prediction. I want you guys to clip this, and when you see like clips of me surface from the Snarkers and commentary on me surface from the Snarkers, I want you to post this clip. This is my prediction. I'm being Oracle Wick right now, okay? The prophet, if you will. Here's what I'll say. They are going to try to paint me as schizophrenic and a conspiracy theorist. They're going to be comparing me to Alex Jones. They're going to be comparing me to Candace Owens, saying I'm crazy, I'm jumping at shadows, that this is all conspiracy talk, that this is tinfoil hat levels of stuff. But it really isn't. It really isn't. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. Like, lock it in. I'm predicting it now. Thank you. Okay. $20 from Per Thompson says, Wick appreciation. That's all. Appreciate you. Go ahead.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know you said you're retired and you gotta get to other stuff.
But I want to get to all the callers because I know people may have questions or concerns or whatever, and I want to try to address as much as I can. Okay.
Yeah. You can go ahead and I just want to say, you're great. You guys make great content, and don't get too mind fucked on this.
I love you too. Bye-bye.
All right, see ya.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, no, that's absolutely going to happen. That's absolutely going to be a thing. These are one of the tactics, right? Paint you as crazy. I don't think I listed this specifically, but it absolutely is. There's more Look, the tactics I listed are the main ones, but there's side tactics too. So yeah, don't think that is the all-inclusive list. But it's the ones that I have seen and could articulate well at the moment. And the ones I remembered. Just to be clear. Let's bring on probably the last caller. Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Hey, Wick, what's going on?
Just doing my streaming thing. What about you?
Can you hear me all right and everything?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so I just wanted to touch on a couple of things that I think a lot of people are putting all their eggs in, like, kind of everything being tied back to this Discord for everything that's been going on. So I just kind of wanted to give, like, my point of view on what I've seen over, like, the past like 15 months or so.
And to be clear, have you seen the logs?
I have not.
Okay, so this is just kind of like your observations of public happenings, correct?
Yeah, so
Okay, yeah.
if people don't know, I'm the head mod of the Destiny subreddit. So I'm just like sharing my experience on like that end of things, and just trying to make you aware of things that I've seen as well. Just because I have this feeling that a lot of this stuff is going to be put on this Discord, and then if there's certain things that don't get revealed, or people think like, oh, well, this, and this is going to get covered, and if something doesn't get covered, they're going to think like, oh, well, this actually really isn't even that big of a deal. And so I just wanted to like kind of share like what I see
I get
that
what you're
happens
saying.
in.
I get what you're saying, and I just want to make it clear. I'm absolutely positive. I haven't seen proof of this, but I'm absolutely positive. All of this didn't just happen in this Discord, right? It's probably contains multiple splinter Discords and all these things, right? Like, so I'm with you. I'm with you. I hear you.
So one thing that I don't know like how much you've looked in like your own time at these different streams that like JSTOK or Queeman or these main people that are kind of involved. But like a big part of like what I see is like a lot of people believe that this is like a moral, like a righteous cause that they're like undergoing. And
yes, this tactic, I think I called it the what was it? Let me find the name I gave it. Permission structures. They create permission structures and create like a moral justification for their actions. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, so they do that. Obviously, like that kind of thing is going to be shown most likely in the logs, I would imagine, just based on the things that I've seen that these streamers have said. But like,
well, you see it on streams too. You see them do it on streams. Like Doobie did that.
So that to me is going to be something that's going to be harder to prove. But like, what a lot of people I don't think understand is like these communities that spend this much time like hyper focusing on certain things, like people will say like, oh, well, Destiny spends a bunch of time talking about Hassan, so his community is going to go and do things to Hassan. And like, that might be true of like some people. You're always going to have people in your community that do that kind of stuff. But whenever Destiny's talking about Hassan, he's not doing it in the same sort of righteous way that like JSTOK called the Snarker Discord and what he does when he covers stuff a movement. And that, like, to me is like a really weird way to frame something that they're also simultaneously calling like a clipping Discord and just like content. Like they're just covering all this stuff for content. And so one thing that I wanted to share. So it's funny when you were talking to Benny. I don't know if you know who Benny is.
I don't.
He's a huge Mr. Girl fan, like gigantic Mr. Girl fan.
It came across in his questioning that he was probably a snarker.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I don't like follow the guy
but
for
I don't know if you
anything.
saw the first set of questions he asked me and the second set of questions. Like okay, right.
So,
I don't know though.
So
I don't know. So yeah, I can't say for sure.
I sent you a DM that was basically just like reaching out and just saying like, hey, if you happen to see stuff that bothers you, or your moderation team can reach out to me if they see anything. But one of the things that I included in that message is like a lot of people will harp on like, well, you can't change your rules because you don't know why or what people might do after the rule change, or maybe your rules don't make that much sense. Like you need to clarify them to an extent that people will know what it is that can and can't get them banned. And what I've learned like over the time that I've been moderating the subreddit is like most of the people who act that way are almost always bad actors. They're looking for like a rules lawyer approach of how they can get through your rules and still do the things that they want to do.
Isolated demands for rigor. They demand you hold to the you got to define your rules to the exacting degree, right? And try to kind of weaponize that against you. And whereas their spaces will be moderated by vibes in a lot of ways, like most spaces ultimately are. There's a huge amount of discretion that most
Well-
Discord users or Discord owners give to their moderating teams, right? There's some discretion, right? But yes, they will demand minutia and rules lawyering, right? So I get you. I'm with you. We're on the same page, brother.
Well, and you said it too. Like a lot of the stuff, like when you see it, you'll know what it is. So, like in my experience, like we'll see people make different comments and stuff on the subreddit that will like, it's just a little bit like too close to the edge, and we're like, oh, a lot of things that we do is we'll ban somebody for the hopes that they'll message us and be like, hey man, this was a misunderstanding. I totally meant this, this, and this, because that's what like a normal person would do. But like, since this whole thing was kind of uncovered, we've had a few different people that we've banned, and they immediately come into the mail. And like one that we had today, I don't know if you know, like the anti-Indian stuff that's been going on.
I've
like
seen
particularly
some
with
of
our
it.
community.
It's really weird. I don't know, right? I don't know the extent, but yeah, it's
Okay, so
yeah.
it's a big Queeman thing. Queeman makes a lot of comments about it on his stream, and he'll like do an Indian accent to
Can
make
you
fun of
imagine?
people
First of
on
all,
DGG.
yeah. Can you imagine making someone from another country and being British? What the fuck? Like, talk about glass
Yeah,
houses.
well,
That's crazy.
yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah.
In it,
It's
okay. Oi, governor, in
well,
it, right?
you only have to be in that mindset, and only somebody from the UK could be in that mindset. You know.
I suppose. I don't know. Do
but
they
yeah,
have minds? It's crazy. It's over there. It's crazy.
part of one, but I just wanted to just say, like, people that have these expectations of what might come out about this Discord, like, need to realize, like, a lot of this stuff is also just these communities talking about these things in a moral way, and the people that are within their community, they will go out and they will do what they can to try to help this righteous cause. And so, like, that's the thing, is you might not get the smoking gun of like, oh, well, here's the message from this person saying, hey, we're going to attack Wick in 3, 2, 1. But they'll watch your stream and they'll say these things that you're doing that are incorrect or morally impermissible and all these different things as a permission structure for their community to also go after people.
Yeah.
And people will twist that and say, like, well, I just speak from my own experience, obviously. Like, people say, like, Destiny does that, but one thing that Destiny always does is says, like, don't go and do this thing, and if we figure out that you did it, we will ban you. And we do. Like, we ban people that take things way too far. Like, not all the time. Most people are actually pretty, like, put together and aren't crazy, but like, there's a lot of people that are in these communities that a lot of people don't understand.
Yeah, there's a gentleman who actually DM'd me earlier, or who super chatted me earlier, I should say, that said that people from DGG had threatened him. And I told him, like, if you show me those threats, I will pass it on to the DGG team, and they will ban that person. They will take care of it, right? If there is someone making threats in these communities against you, I'll ban them one from my community, and I'll give it to you guys, and you'll ban them from yours. So.
And that's what we do. Like, we have a whole moderation chat across all the different platforms that, like, if there's somebody that's doing something, we'll ban them across all platforms, even if it's somebody that is like a known member of the community or whatever it might be. Like, we don't have to do it often. Like, that's the thing, is like, people for the most part know, like, if you're going to do something crazy, like, that's going to be a crazy person doing it. So we don't have to do it often.
Yeah,
but
this is obviously context dependent. It depends what you're doing. But
yeah.
So I don't know.
But yeah, I just wanted to kind of back you up on, like, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to say, like, you need to clarify these things, and, oh, well, you just changed this yesterday and now you're changing this back today. And it's like, a lot of people that do that are just bad actors. You're going to have people in your community that that might have questions about things, and those are good faith people. But a lot of the people that come out and have these, like, criticisms of these different things, especially when it comes to moderation, like, they're just trying to figure out a way that they can, like, weasel their way into, like, oh, I'll never do it again. It didn't say that I couldn't do this. And then they'll just find some other way to do it.
I know.
So
I'm aware.
But
okay. I'm gonna let you
yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah, we're gonna keep making mean posts about you, by the way. That's gonna keep on happening.
Of course.
And I'm gonna coordinate to make it happen.
Okay, I'll come in swinging. Okay, but I love you, brother,
Yeah.
and I'll talk to you later. Okay, man.
Yeah. Have a good one, buddy.
Okay, I'm gonna leave this up to the audience to decide. I'm being told, and I don't know if I believe them. It seems very suspicious that this murder bag guy is actually Dan. Okay, I don't know if I believe you. Why isn't Dan coming in on his own username? That seems suspicious, right? You expect me to believe this? Why? Why wouldn't he come in on his normal name? And I probably would have brought him in if he just jumped backstage. I don't know who this guy is, right? But now that like you're telling me that this guy is he's actually Dan, and yeah, I don't know, man. That seems pretty sus. So we're probably not gonna bring that guy in, okay? Unless I can get like a DM from someone I trust saying, yeah, that's Dan. We're just probably not going to now. That seems a little suspicious to me. I don't know if I trust that. Yeah, and he's DM'd me before. He could just fucking DM me. I don't know. Like, I don't. Why would he go on a different? Why would he go on a different platform? Right? So, yeah, I don't trust you. Let's bring in the next guy though. Hi, you're live.
Hello?
Hi. What's up?
Hi, Wick. How are you?
Oh, we've been better, but we're here.
Been better?
Well,
Yeah, you seem to be, you seem to have some things on your mind lately, some
Yeah?
ruminations, we might call them.
Some considerations that I've been pondering, that have been cooking in my brain for a little bit. Yes, no, that's exactly right. I had a bit of a revelation recently that has changed my outlook on a few things. A few revelations, actually. So yeah, we've taken that new context into account and made some changes.
Yeah, are these the ones you were describing earlier in your stream?
Well, depending, yeah. So I went through it, and I went through the reasons that I've made the decisions I have, how like Destiny and the people around him have gone up in my credibility because they were honest to me, and people who were against him have gone down in my credibility because they lied to me. And I think that's perfectly
What
natural.
lies did people tell you?
Sure, that there was no doxing going on in that server. They swore to me
What
up and down there was no doxing. And I was shown evidence that, oh, look, there was doxing. And not only that, the server itself confirmed that that was happening, right?
Yeah, the server confirmed that they found the instance and they banned the person.
Yeah, but that's like fucking too late. It's 11 months too late. And you guys had sworn up and down
They
that
banned it
didn't
as soon
happen.
as it was brought to their attention. What do you expect them to do?
It was an obvious dox. Why didn't they ban him in the first place?
I don't know what your docs looks like. I have no idea what this information would even look like.
Okay.
And now you're also, well, I have a number of questions for you.
Of
One
course.
was, why not provide the evidence that you were doxed and just censor the doxable
Because
parts?
I can't, the nature of it, I
But you-
can't do
But
that.
you can
and have
censor
believe
you can
it's me.
censor that part of it.
Well, what do you mean? It's hard to describe, right? Because I can't. It's not something like
Well,
I could show you a block of censored material.
Yeah, sure.
But
Do you
then
remember?
how do you know that's me? How do you know that's anyone? How do you know what that is?
But that would lie on your credibility.
Well,
Some
then
amount of it would lie on your credibility, but there's also.
well, then if
Are you familiar?
if the credibility is
Sorry,
a
do you mind
thing,
if I-
then you should probably use my credibility
Well, you-
now to judge whether I'm telling you the truth or not. I'm telling you,
You're
I saw my docs.
You could be saying this based off of nothing is the issue, and you're expecting us to make like very broad determinations.
But they already admitted it happened.
Like, yeah, but I don't understand why you are so willing to jump on board with this when you will not provide the evidence, even censored.
Okay.
Now we have
Hold
other
on, just real quick.
instances.
Can
we have other?
Just real
we
quick
have-
before we move on. Before we move on, just I want to say, you're asking me for evidence, but you admit that it happened and that the Snark server said that.
I have seen their statements. I have not seen the evidence. I have not seen any of the logs.
Hold on.
And I don't
Okay,
understand
I'm just
why.
saying, so do you not believe them when they say it?
Not necessarily. I don't know what was posted, but now we're seeing people come in and try to accuse this community of egregious actions. Like, I am very strongly against doxing. I know that everyone else in the server, well,
Oh,
the
hold
people
on.
in the server.
Not
well, it
not
says-
everyone in the server, right? A few people.
Hi, Dan.
Hold on, I gotta fix my Discord. Hold on one sec.
Take your time.
So yeah, Wick, I just don't understand why you don't just censor the information and
Because
post what they
at
sent
this
you.
point, I think that people have admitted in the server that my docs happened. I see no
Okay,
reason
well,
to release more information.
That's fine. We can move on to the next question. You said you would bring on even terrible people
Yes.
to your panel show.
Mhm.
And since you don't regulate off-platform behavior, would you ever extend an invitation to somebody like a bad empanada?
So yes, in certain contexts, it would be content rolled, to be clear. But yes, I would have bad empanada on in different. It depends on
Okay.
the context, right? I wouldn't have him on for a friendly chat. We're not going to play Among Us, right? But
No, I wouldn't.
Yes.
I wouldn't expect. I wouldn't want a chat with that guy to be friendly. I think he.
Yeah.
Frankly, I think he should be banned everywhere. Same with anybody who's on an open doxing campaign. But
Well, we have a thing in our server where we can effectively ban you from anything but my stream space, right? So you can't interact with the Discord whatsoever. You can't interact with the members. You can't type in it. You can't do any of that. But I can have you on stream. And we did this and we put this rule in place because there are contexts and circumstances where I would have someone who might otherwise be banned, but I would have them on my show because we are a free speech platform at the end of the day.
well, you say you're a free speech platform, but you seem to have a problem with people making certain jokes that you deem to be crossing a line.
Well, yeah.
And I'm confused about why things like why specifically mocking Stardust's pet, as an example.
Because she's my friend. I'm not asking them.
So you're not
I'm not
pro-free
asking
speech.
them to be
So you're not
mass
pro-free
reported
speech.
and deplatformed. I'm saying
But
you
you're-
aren't going to make fun of my friends in my space. That's it. Not to a. If you cross a line, if you're a fucking arsonist and a shit flinger, then I don't need you in my space. And if you think that's inconsistent, fine. Call the consistency police. Have me arrested.
Well, you manage the space, and your space in some ways
If I'm
reflect the
inconsistent,
rules
I'm
that you choose
inconsistent.
to
A foolish
enforce.
consistency is a hobgoblin
Inform
with
us
frugal
in
mind.
some
Ralph
way
Waldo
about the
Emerson.
principles that you hold, and you say that you hold the principle of free speech, and then you say, don't say these things that I don't like about my friends. That seems to me to be incoherent.
Free
but-
speech means you can say whatever you like, and I don't think you should be deplatformed for it or arrested for it.
But
But
you
I
are-
can criticize it, and
you're
if I
telling
don't
people
want
they
it in
can't
my
go on your
house, I can
panel
remove
shows.
you from my house.
All right, I just think that is anti-free speech, but we can move on.
That's called freedom of association. It's part of free
Tony,
speech.
it's a little
It's a little what? Or am I disconnected? Hello?
I can hear
what?
Dan.
Dan,
It's Dan.
I think you're.
I don't know what's
is this-
wrong with Dan's setup, but that's Dan. That's not you.
Oh, okay. I have a few other questions.
Dan's failing us right now, but go ahead. Ask your other question.
Yeah.
Wait, no. What about now?
Oh, yeah. You're here.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Tony, how dare you think that Wick is such a stupid man? He knows that you're in this server. Do you think
I
that
am in
he's
this
read
server.
message? Yeah, he's read messages you've sent. Now he may
Yeah,
not tell
so?
you which one, but they're not good ones. And you're there looking at the man, and you're like, "Hey,
Dan,
why can't we be in this
Dan,
server?
what's the
being
worst
best
thing
buds?"
I've done in that server?
Why do you think that I would give you a heads up so you can try run
Dan,
ahead of it?
It's because there's nothing substantial there.
Sounds
Dan.
like you have nothing to worry
And
about.
you know
then.
it. Yes, I don't have anything to worry about. But for some reason, you want to use this as a list of people to dox when you know that they aren't doing it to you, and you know that the person who
hold
was
on. We're using
doxing,
some-
you know,
some
every
terms right now.
instance of this. You know, every
It's on
instance
me.
of this.
It's on
was
me now. I
banned.
got it. I like
you
the
know
way we're
this.
going.
Remember,
Anyways,
always
can I,
offense. Always offense. Remember tactic one, gang. Always offense.
I wanted to ask Wick. I wanted to ask another question.
Go for it.
So, Wick, you said that people couldn't pedo jacket others on your server.
Yeah, that is
we have
something
the
that we are
case
cracking
of
down on. Yes.
yeah, sure, that's fair.
Mhm.
Now we have. I'm sure you're aware of food shops.
Hey, why did we move off of this issue again? I'm just going back, and that was a very clever move. I was
Well,
here, I
we're-
was talking. Oh, I remember. You
we're
are
trying
a
to, because I'm
two-faced
here.
cunt.
You're interrupting.
You're a
it.
two-faced
You are
cunt
interrupting us, Dan.
that
Excuse
spends
me.
all of your time trying to make a documentary about how you can fuck over Hutch. In the same
No, that's
time,
not what I'm making.
Yeah, and when you're in
No,
there,
that's a
you're
lie.
also
That's not what I'm making.
basically running kind of gay ops a little bit against Lonerbox and kind of being like, how can we?
No, that's not what I'm doing.
I mean, they have the logs. We're going
Anyways,
to find
so
out.
yes, you will
I
find
wouldn't
out, and you'll
lie
find
about
out that
this,
there is
man.
nothing in
like,
there.
We're going to find out. He has the
I
logs.
mean, I mean, it's kind of like, it's kind of fun, right? I mean, I thought you were a Lonerbox homie, but you're like a Lonerbox not homie, which is really, it's making me sad.
Well, this is one of the things that's
juxtaposition there, Dan. I love it.
This is one of.
He
Hang on.
thought he was a homie, but he's a not.
This is one of the things that is
He's a
really
not homie.
frustrating
I
with
know.
these people, because of a lot of the people,
the
who are
Jews.
viewers of Lonerbox, who are viewers of Wick, who are
Mhm.
viewers of Dylan Burns, who are viewers of all these people, are former viewers of Destiny. I learned about all these people because I used to be a Destiny viewer. I have been in these spaces for a long time. A lot of the people who dislike Destiny now were already integrated into these spaces before. So that's part of why I think, like Wick, you said earlier, that you thought people like deliberately infiltrate spaces.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you do.
And I find
right?
that
You find that what?
it's because people have already been integrated into these spaces. These communities are integrated.
What better way to infiltrate a space than to turn the people that are already there?
True.
My view on Destiny changed. My view on other creators did not.
Okay. So you're a Lonerbox fan.
Yeah, I
You're
like
not doing any
Lonerbox. I watch his stream.
Yeah,
I enjoy
know
his
you do.
stream.
You participate. No negative comments. No shenanigans.
Sometimes I have negative comments, but I haven't.
Well, I mean, you
have an
certainly
overall
wouldn't run
good
any
opinion of
negative operations. You wouldn't be a part towards him, right?
them. What are you referring? Are you referring to something
Are
specific?
you asking me to refer to something? I'm just asking if you ever would.
Yeah,
Ask
if you
me if
have-
I've ever been part of a operation to fuck with Wick. Go ahead, ask. Dan, have you been part of an operation to fuck with Wick? No, never.
Okay,
not once.
You're
I
just
don't
kind
even
of
need.
like
I don't even need you to ask me for an example.
I don't
can
know
just
what
say
you're
no.
talking about.
You know how when I ask you and
Yeah,
you're
and
like,
I
well,
also
well,
haven't done
which
this.
time? I don't know.
Dan, because you come into me trying to menace me in DMs. It's really fucking weird. And I just want to talk about your car with the funky sideways speedo.
No, what
I think
you
it's
want to do
kinda
is
gay.
you want to.
Do you want to paint like
diffuse
lollies
the
on the
situation.
side?
You are.
Are you going to paint lollies on the side of your car, Dan? An internet
You are an internet
Am I?
terrorist. That's you. You
Well,
are.
then what are you?
I'm a. I guess you could say like a little bit of like a vigilante of justice.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's kind of gay.
Well,
you ever read the Art
you
of
would
War?
know.
Did you
No,
read the
I don't
Art of War,
read.
Dan?
Reading is gay, like you
Yeah,
say.
I can tell you don't read. You get AIs to read and write for you, right?
No, not read. That would be silly because then I'd have to still listen, right? And then you're kind
Well,
of.
you got it to summarize it for you, and then you just read the summary of it.
I mean,
That's how
are
you do
you
things.
not using AI in this server and then using actual retards? You're using AR, actual retards to work on your shit.
Actual
so
retards? Ooh.
you like that? I'll let you use that one if you
That's
want
pretty. Dan, do you take a lot of clonazepam?
to. No.
No? Can I ask
Nope.
how much you take?
Why would I tell you what
I don't
dosage
know.
of anything I take?
Why did you tell me you were prescribed it?
I said
Why
to
did you
everyone
answer
that I take it for sleeping. I've been very open with my
Really?
life. That's one of the
Do you
best
feel
parts.
like it? Do you feel like it affects your inhibitions?
No.
No. Well, it
And one of the
does.
best
It's known
parts is
to.
that you can kind of see me over the last 15 years online. And as a
Well,
result
it's
of
hard
that, see
to
the lack of change.
Don't you ever like redact everything? So it's kind of hard to follow.
Well, that's why I've been on video for 15 years as well. So,
Yeah, I saw that. You remember that old picture of you with the truck that you sent to Nicholas Diorio?
No.
I remember that picture. I think it's really funny. I think it's kind of cute, Dad. I think it's like.
Do you think I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about, but if you think that I'm like embarrassed of whatever it is, if I sent
you
it, I'm
said
not.
you said that you regretted sending it, but that's okay. I'll stop talking about it, Dan. I don't want to make you uncomfortable.
You can send whatever you want, and that's one of the benefits of being a guy like me and living your life online, is that you can put out whatever, hold nothing back, throw it all out, every fucking piece. But that's not going to stop me from dropping the shit I have about you and
Dan.
from about other people.
I'm
Hey,
cringing, Dan.
not cringing so much that you're going to release the server logs, though, right? Not that much. You want to know what I have? But
I'm
you're
totally
like,
fine with. I'm totally fine with releasing the server logs. I would like them to be released.
Hey, you should call from within.
Yeah, let's
I
get it done.
have done that.
That
Tell
way,
you what,
you take
is-
away, I am powerless. That's how you stop the rapist.
Here,
by
here,
letting
I will
them-
offer this.
Yes.
Oh, rape!
we
Whoa,
can have-
whoa, Dan! We're not allowed to call people rapists in this server. Didn't you hear the role change?
Okay, well, that's how you stop a abuser. You let yourself.
Whoa,
that- you know,
Dan!
there you go.
Whoa!
Okay.
Why are you making these accusations, Dan? That's not
Are
okay.
you trying to diffuse the subject? You can
No, I'm
release
trying to.
the
Well, I
logs
wanted
anytime you want
to.
to.
This is
I would
maximizing,
like the logs to
minimizing,
be
by the
released,
way.
but
Just the
No,
tactic
I don't
that
know a
referred
lot
to.
of the names of these debate tactics. I just kind of roll with them as they go.
Yeah, well, I went through the snarker tactics. I don't know if you saw the show earlier, but we went through all the snarker tactics that they engage in, and this maximizing
yeah, like the
yours, minimize
infiltration
theirs.
when they were already integrated previously.
Anyway, Tiny, do you have Tony? Tiny,
I have.
Tony?
Yeah,
What
I
do you
was.
prefer? One more
Tony,
question, then we
just
do gotta
Tony.
let you go because I want to talk to Dan for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Well, I wanted to ask about the food shops question.
Sure.
Because food shops is somebody who, in the past, has described themselves as a small p pedophile that talked
So-
openly about their lolicon
yes,
consumption.
I'm aware. So
She
what I'm
was
gonna do,
on
and what
the
I told
platform
food shops,
for a few
just real
hours.
quick, just real quick. What I told, hold on. What I told food shops that I would do is because most of the allegations against her came from sources which I now view as less credible. I will take a look at those accusations again. I am not saying that we're going to change our mind. I don't know, but we will re-review it to see if she can have the content role removed. But I can't litigate that now. I don't know. I'm going to leave that up to my mod team. I think that's fair.
Do you mind if I leave just a final note on that? Something.
Final
from,
note. Go ahead.
Yeah, Hobbit follower came in and said that the previous caller guy, I forget his name, but said that he was a Mr. Girl fan. Food
Benio?
shops. Yeah,
Wait,
Benio,
are you talking about
Food
Kilo?
shops was
the
a
moderator, Kilo the Giant, the
I'm trying to
former
s-
moderator
Dan,
that said
Dan,
he was
excuse me,
upset
Dan,
about
you're rambling, Dan.
people were calling him a
I'm trying to say
pedophile? That. Oh, I just want to make sure we're talking about the same Mr. Girl person because I'm talking about
No, we're
the
talking
Mr.
about
Girl
a different person.
moderator that's
You're
now
talking
known
about a
as
different
Kilo
person, Dan.
Tonics,
Thank you, Dan.
formerly
You're
Kilo
rambling.
the Giant, that said he
Dan,
was
you're
a
rambling.
pedophile. Sorry.
I'm falling
My bad. I
asleep,
rambled.
Dan.
I'm
Dan,
sorry.
Dan, you gotta let him
okay,
give his last
My
point.
bad. My
Yeah,
bad.
you gotta let him give his
It's
last
okay,
point.
Dan.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you very much. So that person was a Mr. Girl fan. Food Shops was also a very big Mr. Girl fan. And you may recall that Mr. Girl was on sort of a public internet crusade where he was trying to push the idea that people should be, where he was trying to argue for the idea that people should try to be empathetic to people who had those proclivities.
I am well
And
aware
as
of Mr.
part of
Girl.
Food
I don't
Shops'
know if
and
you-
as part of Food Shops' fandom of Mr. Girl, she started to imitate this, and her version of I guess integrating this this type of activism was to out herself for her lolicon consumption, to claim that her therapist told her to consume lolicon, which is not what happened.
We're gonna.
She also said, "Oh, Dan, while you're here," she also said your family deserve to be doxxed and swatted, and I think that is a grotesque thing for anybody to say. I don't think anybody should be doxxed and swatted, but yeah, that's my last thought. So
Not even Hitler.
Not even Hitler.
Okay.
Okay. Well, then you're obviously not living your fucking morals.
I'll see you later, Tony.
Look,
Wait,
Hitler-
Tony.
Yeah?
I just want to say that you did fucking garbage. Also, shout out to Spicy Chat, and try not to fuck
Dan,
any
don't
children.
fall in the pool, okay? Dan, don't fall in the pool, okay?
What is that? He just left. Why does he run? Why?
I moved him out, to be clear, because I was done.
Oh,
I was tired.
God damn it!
Well, okay. So Dan, what's up? What can I help you? You wanted to come on stream and you wanted to talk, and so here we are.
I was just watching. No, I was watching Cop Slop, and I was watching Tony get fucking bodied, and I don't know. I just thought I'd come in. That's all. Also, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I will say, you know what's really funny?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Just hold on 1 second. Let me just clear one thing before I do. Give me 2 seconds. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Okay. We're getting permission, gang. We are phoning into command right now. Okay, we're phoning into command. We're gonna get the go ahead, the green light. We'll see.
Okay. What's really fun? Okay, so as you know, like 2 weeks ago, some fucking dude reached out to Lonerbox. I'm assuming a Lonerbox fan, with all of these leaks.
Yes.
And Lonerbox is like a fucking retard and doesn't publish any of the stuff. So then they go to Hutch, and I think Hutch publishes some of it about himself.
Yeah.
But then I think they fucking hated Destiny. So Destiny gets it last, and then but we get the whole thing. We go through it, and it's so funny. So the second that this all gets, I guess the second it all got publicized, they must have gotten rid of like half the fucking server or something because we got kicked out.
Oh,
but
shit.
now they've opened up the server, and because people hate some of the people in the server so much again, we're fucking in there right now watching these fucking retards coordinate. It is the funniest fucking shit in the world.
Okay. Oh shit.
Wait, I feel like I have to say proof, or else they're not gonna believe it. They're gonna say it's a gay op. Hold on.
What's your proof? Give it to me.
Hold on. Because I'm doing this on 2 computers. Frugals, Dan's gonna need to update the Claude plan to deal with this new update. I don't think so, homeboy. I think I'm doing all right. Ooh, Frugal's mad. Wait, what else is going on here? Hold on. Someone said live Tony suicide, I guess. I don't think that means that Tony's doing so hot in that call. What do you think, Wick?
Oh no! Can you do it? Can you scroll back to see what they thought of
Tony,
Benny?
they're shitting on you in your own Discord, my guy. This would never happen other places, bro. This is what I'm talking about. You guys are such fucking scumfucks, bro, that people turn against you. Like, ugh, I don't even know. You have no principles, no morals. Like, that's that's my biggest issue with the server. You know when they have the thing? It was this a Chappelle thing? They say, my biggest issue is the hypocrisy. And it's like, you sure it's not the raping? I'm going to say here, the biggest issue, it's not the raping. It's the hypocrisy. Okay? I don't like this server that they're saying they're better than me. You are not better than me. None of you guys in here are better than me. You're all worse than me. Okay? Because you lie about it. That's it. Spicy Chat and other places, at least they somewhat hold to their fucking principles. As I said before, I didn't see fucking Chud Logic in there. Okay? He wasn't in there. And Queeman, when he was in there, told you guys to stop being fucking retarded. I see people like fucking Tony in there actually doing fucking gay ops. Okay? So that's all I'm going to say right there. It's like, it's cringe as fuck. That's all I'm going to say.
For the logs, okay?
You know, the thing is, like, a lot of people, there's even people in there that talked a fuck ton. I think even some of them are like spicy chatters. But like, you didn't see, like, I'll shout out one thing that I shouldn't. There was a guy named QQ that was in there, and people were doing fucked up shit. And some of it got deleted. And he, the whole time, he didn't have to. And he was saying, you shouldn't be doing this shit. And I respect that. Like, in a place where no one fucking has to see anything, that's good behavior. And I saw that from a few people, and I think it's important to call out some good behavior when you see it.
Yeah.
Because if you're just going to be like, everyone in there is fucking evil, it's not going to fucking work.
Well, that's why I said that, like, there are levels of culpability here. Like, I don't have beef with you if you were just in the server and you didn't participate in these kind of activities and harassment and campaigns and coordination.
Well, like that's the whole thing, is like, genuinely, if you go through and you've looked through it kind of like as much as I've looked through it, and it's a lot. Like, I haven't been able to go through everything, but like, if you look through it, there's like people that take a blind eye to it, and then there's people that like genuinely don't fucking say anything. Like, Queeman was in there, but he has like fucking 20 messages. He doesn't do fuck all. So useless there as a content creator, just as other places, watching other people's shit.
Fair
Same
enough.
shit. But like, then you look at fucking Ryle Kittenhouse and fucking JStock, and the two of them are like nonstop fucking jerking themselves. Like, here's my big issue with those two fucking retards. I don't give a fuck if you're a critic of me or you're a critic of someone else. The issue becomes when you're not a critic anymore. You're a fucking saboteur, literally sabotaging the fucking movie cameras and auditioning for extras on the fucking movie. bro. That is not you. You got a fucking problem, man. You are obsessed with Destiny to a level that's not healthy. Like, every piece of content that guy does, every single one is about Destiny. And it's just like, bro, I understand the guy, he's a fucking deviant, okay? I get that. But to dedicate your life to it, that means that you are a worse deviant. You're fucking his cast-offs, J-Stock. You got to get your shit together, mate. Move the fuck on. Do something else with your fucking life. Like, it's just embarrassing. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. The dude is like, he's lost. And I feel that, like, he's torn so many people with him, and it makes me sad. But that said, ironically, half the server, I didn't see any bad shit. Maybe more than half. But the other, the other portion,
we'll see.
Fucking
We'll see who gets
nuts
fucked
shit.
and who's
Insane, wild shit.
Yeah,
That's
who
it.
does that.
Yeah.
Well, thanks
yeah.
for.
So there's that, and that, don't forget that Kilo, unironically, has tens of thousands of messages in Mr. Girl's Discord where he laments that he is called a pedophile. He was a moderator for Mr. Girl. Like, I don't know what to say here. Like, this is just a very awkward situation for everyone that associates with this guy moving forward. I know that he's name changed and whatnot, but it's like, I do not know what is going on here on that situation. I don't know why a guy that is saying he wants, like, total death of a person is making a video on that guy and then acting unbiased. But I think that bad things should happen to bad people.
Okay. Damn.
Oh, wait. I don't mean like in real life. I just mean like bad things like reputationally, right? Like if you're trying to reputationally harm other people, that you should say that with your chest. I'm out here on my government name, Daniel Saltman, right here. That's me right now, okay? And I love people that actually stick to their morals, even when it fucking hurts, okay? And there's a lot of them. There's a lot of those people that would, not want to stick to those fucking morals, and they dislike you, they dislike me, but they don't cross the fucking line, and I don't cross the line with them either. People paint me as some insane fucking psychopath that's done all this fucking nuts shit, and they point to one instance from fucking 3 years ago with Hassan Piker's fucking moderator that was calling me a fucking pedophile and contacting people in my life and sending them shit, and I don't regret it. I'd fucking do it again on that. But that said, that's the one thing that they fucking have. As far as like reaching out to someone when they've done insane shit, hey, that's the standard that's being set by other people now on that front. But that said, the hustle, etc., everything else, I think we're good. Also, hold on, let me just double check one thing real quick here. Hold on. We're not getting any new messages coming in from Dan bragging about having moles in here. It's over. And then no more chats after
Bad.
Teeny Tiny Tony. Your
Bad.
debate fucking sucks. 0 of 10. Not even transcribing for
Very
Snarky.
sad.
Okay. All right. Well,
thanks for coming in, and we'll have you on more, and we'll talk more. And I'm eager to see what comes of all this. Okay, man.
Yep.
I'll talk to you.
Okay.
Bye.
Goodbye, friends.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! It's been a day. It's been a day. He's watching this now? Of course he is. Of course he is. I hope he watches from the beginning. Kind of goes through. You wonder if he's going to take anything I said out of context, or maybe lie a little bit about what I've been saying to his audience? You think that's going to happen? I think that's going to happen. I think that's going to happen. I suspect it. I don't know for sure. But here we are. Okay. And remember, the last thing I say, since we're watching, right? Remember, I don't need a direct DM from someone to another person to say, go out and do this bad thing or start the harassment. That'd be a crazy standard to need, right? Like, I'm not claiming that every central figure personally did every bad act. That is not a claim I am making. That would be an absurd standard. But what I am saying is that they helped create, encourage, normalize, and then benefited from the systems that produce the bad actions, right? Remember the list. Who named the targets? Who framed them as deserving? who supplied the narrative, who boosted the attackers, who rewarded the escalation, who laughed when lines were crossed, who protected the people involved, who minimized it afterwards, and who benefited from it. And you don't need to check all these boxes. It's a checklist. You don't need to check all these boxes. But the more you check, the more culpable you are. I don't need a smoking gun. I don't need a direct DM. Just want to make that perfectly clear. Cool? Cool. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, what we got? This has been a long night. Tomorrow I have an actual debate with Kai Schwemmer. And we're gonna be Schwemmer? I don't know how to say that. We're gonna be debating on birthright citizenship. And hopefully, we won't have to deal with drama for a while. Okay? We can put a bow on this. And I can get back to my political content. Thank you for the tier 2 membership, Nobody Chef. Sorry, I really appreciate you. And remember, gang, love you all. And let's just be better people overall. Okay. Am I gonna delete? Why would I delete the VOD? No, the VOD's gonna be up. I don't know if we're gonna edit this or not. It might be just live. $10 from Board to Ready. Say, to be pedantic here, you have evidence, you don't have proof. There's a difference, but you're not in court. You don't need proof. That's a ridiculous standard. These people set for you. Yes, exactly. Remember the tactic number 2, right? The tactic number 2 that we talked about. Isolated demands for rigor. They can say what, they can speculate freely, okay? Well, I thought I heard this once, or I saw this on Twitter, all these things. But when you make a claim or say a thing, they demand perfect proof. You have to have a DM, a confession, signed in blood, notarized by 3 people, right? Rigor becomes a weapon and not a standard. That's a tactic that they do constantly. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. Beware isolated demands of rigor, ladies and gentlemen, right? Beware. They're trying to pull one over on you. They're not being honest. Just want to make that clear. Cool? Cool. Okay. I'm going to bed. I'm sure I'm going to get mean texts and DMs and Twitters and stuff and whatever, and that's okay. You can criticize anything you like in this. But there's a line, and we've set the line, and yeah, don't do silly shit. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.